Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps that I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Now, strap season, I know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he code switch focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode, I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather, I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a piece, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge while it eats me. Honestly, they can smell the blood and the beat. If they don't leave anything behind after eating.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a... When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they want to call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode, I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather, I'm the kingpin.
What's happening, everybody? What's going on? Let's see. What's happening, everybody? What's going on? Let's get in here. What's going on? Let's see. Why I got that picture up there? Yeah, man. Boxing is going a little bit crazy, man. It's going a little bit crazy. So many moving parts going on. There's some good fights, though. It is some good fights out there, but man, stuff that's happening in the background with the different promotional companies is diabolical. Diabolical, man. Crazy what's going on out here. But boxing is going to change permanently, and we don't know who's going to win. What's going on, Marcus Lewis? What's happening, bro? Welcome to the channel. Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of big business, a lot of promotional companies. Manny Pacquiao is starting his own promotional company, which we shouldn't be surprised by. Shouldn't be surprised by Manny getting into his own promotional, because he's a big name and he's a legend. And I'm surprised he didn't do it earlier. But now with boxing is in disarray as it is in the promotional companies, nobody's like leading, except for the Turk and his company, and the General Authority company that he has, and him hooking up with Dana White. They definitely got a pretty good plot. What's going on, 2 Cents up in the building? What's happening? They definitely got it going on as far as what they're trying to do. The only thing that's going to hold them back is this Muhammad Ali Act that keep popping up. Um, they are really trying to do a number, on these fighters. Now, I really hope that he don't get his way, because we don't need these fighters taken advantage of. And I just hate that he has a lot of power behind him. With him having the ear of Trump and able to get executive orders signed to get things amended and changed. This is going to be this is big. This is big for boxing right now. You know, um, Eddie Hearn, he's still you know, in and out about signed deals, promoting fights that's not even signed yet. It's like, so it's you got to like really do your due diligence out here, because if you listen to the promoters, you'll be thinking that these fights are signed, but you got to look a little bit deeper and find out that they're not signed, right? So that's kind of frustrating, because you want to believe what the promoters say. I mean, you go to Eddie Hearn, you listen to Eddie Hearn, and he say, Boots already signed this half. Then you find out that they haven't even, they're not even negotiated, right? You go to Oscar De La Hoya, he says they pulled away. So then you got to kind of like try to find the true information. So when you look at different boxing channels, I understand why it's confusing, and people are always saying that boxing content creators are putting out fake information. No, it's the promoters are putting out mixed signals, right? So if you don't do your due diligence and kind of look at the other side, then you'll know what's happening. This is the same thing with like Jerome Boots Ennis. He's in a situation now where it seemed like he was able to make, the Tim Tszyu fight, right, up at 154. And, man, when I tell you that that Brian Norman Sr. is on his ass. I mean, I don't know what's the beef. I don't know if they was promised a fight or something, and Boots went another way when he signed up with Matchroom. I don't know, but let me tell you something. Brian Norman Sr. is on his ass, calling him a coward and everything. So he's maybe he's just trying to promote him for a fight, provoke him to get into a fight, make him mad enough the way he would want to fight his son. But I think his son need to concentrate on Devin Haney, because Devin Haney is on a mission, what I'm saying? And I don't know, what I'm saying, if he's overlooking him, what I'm saying? His son seemed to be very composed and very focused, but his dad is kind of like Bill Haney, just kind of out there, what I'm saying, with the, in your face and being provocative type of father figure. And I like it now, don't get me wrong. I like it. He he left a message on one of my videos. I thought that was cool. I was like, that's pretty cool. He saw the little thing I did on Boots, saying where he was calling him a coward and all that, and he left a little note on there. I was like, okay, what I'm saying? I said, I see you. You know what I'm saying? So you stirring things up and everything, and that's cool. But don't become another Bill Haney where your kid, the kids suffer, your son suffer because of the dad, right? We don't want to see that again, right? Because I think Bill Haney, for good or bad, Bill Haney does a good job of bringing attention to a boring Devin Haney, because Devin Haney is pretty boring. He has a boring personality. And as far as him being a goody goody type guy, and he just don't have any flavor, even though he's got money, he's got the clothes, he's boring. You know what I'm saying? So his daddy is got more pizzazz than he do. And I mean, really, Brian Norman Jr., he's getting there, but you can tell he's young. His daddy, the old heads, they just come from another era. They know, they saw Muhammad Ali, they saw, what I'm saying, all the flamboyant fighters that came up through the years, so they know how to sell it. Um, so, they're going to have a little bit more flavor, a little bit more pizzazz. I understand, you know what I'm saying? But he is on Boots' ass. And Boots is, I don't know, he's in a shell or something, man, because, he's trying to be reserved. And that's not the really way to go. I'm not saying he should crash out and, act a fool or nothing out here in these streets. I just want him to, come back, what I'm saying, with some serious stuff, like, Like, just like, hey, dude, you know what I'm saying? You ain't on my level. I'm headed over here. Well, how you gonna tell me I'm ducking smoke when I'm headed where the smoke is? One fight ain't gonna stop the show. You know what I'm saying? Just because, and if I was Boot, that's the route I would take. I'd be like, man, say you can't call me no damn duck. Your son just getting the damn belt. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit. I'm trying to go where the money at. You know what I'm saying? It's more big money names up at 154 than there is down at 147, right? And I'm not even talking about the risk of fighting Brian Norman Jr., right? It might be some risk there, but I don't see it as a critical risk. I see Brian Jr. as another good fighter, but he hasn't fought anybody yet that I would think, would make him give Boots any trouble, right? And I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm just looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think Brian Norman Jr. is enough to run somebody out of a division right now. I don't think he got that kind of reputation unless Boots knows something that we don't. You know what I'm saying? Because I heard inspiring, this man was somewhat of a monster. He was somewhat of a monster, running folks up out of the. What's going on? What's going on, Romley? What's happening, bro? Yes, sir. Get on in here. What's going on, Devon? What's happening? He said Brian Warren Jr. need to focus on his son. Fight with. That's what I'm talking about. That's exact. What's going on, light skin? What's the business? What's happening, bro? SJ Boxing IQ. What's happening, bro? And let me see. Yes, sir. What's going on, Doc Kent? What's happening? So I just think if that was me and I got all these multi-million-dollar deals, Brian Norman Jr. just signed an extension with Top Rank. He just signed an extension with Top Rank, and so he's going to stick with them. We already know what the deal is with Top Rank. Um, you know, they must see something in Devin, and I understand that he got whipped by Ryan Garcia and everything, but Devin is still a top boxer, right? And so that's a big risk for a young champion moving up. I mean, he just got the IBF belt. And I know they think that this is a good move, but I think this has really motivated Devin to get back to that next plateau. He's never been what I was gonna say. He's never been like a supersonic, charismatic type fighter, but he's always been an above average boxer. So if Brian don't have the experience, saying if Brian Norman Jr. don't have the experience, he's going to lose this fight, and he may lose it by a larger margin than people think. Because I know people don't think a lot of Devin Haney, but one thing Devin Haney has is heart and experience, right? He went in there, something that Tank couldn't do. You know what I'm saying? That go in there, he faced Lomachenko, right? When Lomachenko, now this wasn't when Lomachenko was the Matrix. I think this was when he was half Matrix. You know, he wasn't fully the Matrix when Devin fought him, but at least Devin went in there and fought him, right? He even starved himself. He looked like a skeleton. Looked like he was about to leave the world, but he went in there. He faced, Lomachenko, and he's been hated. He's been hated for that win ever since he got the victory over Lomachenko, right? So that's something we know that Devin is willing to do. He's willing to take the challenge, and that's what the Turk said about Devin. He said that the Turk don't like his style. He do not like Devin's style, but he likes Devin's heart, right? Because he's willing to fight anybody, right? And then there's a lot of controversy about, if he win, nobody wants to pay to see that. So him and Shakur kind of tied hand in hand with the boring label, right? But they're at the top of their game, and everybody still, got to talk about them, right? Because they're taking on the top fighters, right? And I think this was a good move for Stevenson going with Tio because, nobody wants to see nobody, I think Shakur should have fought Edwin DeSantos again. I think Devin needs to fight Ryan Garcia. That should have been the first fight, I believe, for Devin right out the gate. He should have fought instead of going over there and shaking his hand, looking all friendly. He should have slapped shit out of Ryan. Should have went up there and slapped shit out of Ryan. You know what I'm saying? And then say, let's get that rematch going. And that's that. I think that would have helped kind of give saying the boxing fans, saying an idea of Devin wants that get back. But right now, it look like he's just kind of like he's trying to repair his reputation, but the wrong way. Not just moving on to the next fight. He should have went straight back for Ryan. I don't understand. I've really been an old school boxing head. I don't understand why these fighters are not going straight for the get back. It's like, oh, I could just go make some money over here. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to go straight to that fight. You know what I'm saying? Hell no, I'm coming right back for your ass, bro. You cheat me and you beat me like that. I gotta see you. And I just don't understand the mentality of these fighters. They willing to let this stuff go. Now, I don't know if he's planning on meeting Ryan again, or I've seen him shake hands, I've seen him be cordial, but Ryan be talking cash shit. Ryan be talking cash shit, y'all. I mean, he be mad disrespectful, especially when he's talking about other. He be trying to be slick, and he be trying to act like he's like this googly friendly dude, but no, he's diabolical. You know, been listening to damn too much Blue Blood and shit. Talking about damn diabolical. He said, "Pull, you seen war? Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up in a minute on that Bud, cause that was a damn good interview." So I said, "Man, I got to cover some of that." You know what I'm saying? Cause that, but Ward always been, an advocate for Bud Crawford. He's always looked out for Bud in that way. So he always supported him. Especially from the commentator side when they try to, what I'm saying, belittle what Bud does in the ring, right? And they're always talking about. It was like right now they're saying, Crawford ran from um, Canelo. They always saying little stuff like that, and they try to make it stick. They just throw a lot of stuff at the wall and try to make it stick, right? And it's like, bro, that we clearly saw that man get destroyed. He probably won 2 rounds. And see, people they're so embarrassed that they was glazing Canelo for all these years. Now to have somebody come up 3 weight classes, say show you a special fighter, an athletic black fighter, comes up 3 weight classes and motherfucking just make him look pedestrian, right? And they want to call that they want to belittle that and downplay it and call it running, right? So I'm just like, wow. I say, man, they don't give a damn. They don't believe your lying eyes what you saw. You know what I'm saying? He was running around the ring. You know what I'm saying? Not that Canelo, they didn't see him nullify Canelo. He didn't even want to punch anymore because he was getting countered so accurately, so sharply and powerful. You know what I'm saying? He was hurting Canelo in that ring. You'll never hear none of that. You'll never hear none of that. And so now they're trying to line Crawford up, of course, to take a L. But Crawford, Crawford ain't finna let them do that to him. He already know what time it is. Now, if they offer Crawford something good for that, if they offer him something good for that David Benavidez fight, because they keep mentioning it like it's just like the Canelo fight. It look like it's already done or something. Look like in the background that fight because it keeps coming up. They keep saying denying it. Now David Benavidez is talking about he's willing to fight Crawford, so it must be some killer money involved. But something should tell the world if Canelo don't want to rematch. That should tell people. That should count for something. If he don't want to rematch, because the way he got shut down so systematically, I think people should take. They shouldn't underestimate Bud Crawford. Now, that doesn't mean that I think he could beat the Mexican monster. No, we ain't finna go that far. We ain't finna go that far. I know Bud is Superman to a lot of people, but I even if the Mexican monster come down to 168, I don't think y'all want to see that. It said Boots with the wrong promoter on top of people not wanting to fight him for real. He says Brian did not really want to fight Boots. Yeah, I think they said something about his clout. They're clout chasing Boots right now. They're clout chasing him. and they clout chasing him bad, because he's on the way up at 154, and that's the next division up. That's the next division up for Brian Norman Jr. There's not a lot of action at 147 right now. So he would have some history with a fighter from 147. So, well, fake history because they just clout chasing, right? Calling him a coward. That's like a lot of that's a little too far. You know what I'm saying? Because we've seen Boots in the ring with Villa, with the Samurai. You know what I'm saying? Lipinets. You know what I'm saying? So these guys are not top tier guys, but they are capable guys. Lipinets was in there. He was at 140 when Crawford was there. He was the mandatory for Crawford. Of course, Crawford had. He moved up. You know what I'm saying? After he got his belts, he didn't feel like facing Lipinets, but he would have beat Lipinets' ass. You saw what Boots did to Lipinets, right? So I don't think Crawford would have had any problem with Sergey Lipinets, right? So, but Boots beat him. Thomas Delorme, which who Crawford fought. You know what I'm saying? So they fought some similar, some same opponents type shit. So, you know what I'm saying? So really, Boots' resume kind of mirrors Crawford a little bit on the way up. His resume really don't tell what he can do in the ring. And I think the one thing you could say about Boots is he's going to have to get out of the Showtime aspect of his fighting because he can't concentrate on his defense while he's doing it at the same time, because he had problems with Karen, and Karen could box. He was a solid fighter with good footwork and some unusual feints and techniques and stuff, and that gave Boots a lot of trouble. So, and he's going out there thinking, I'm the man. I'm the phenom, and you start thinking that shit in your head. And these guys know how to fight. They're looking at your flaws and they're breaking you down, and they're professionals. So we can't forget just because these guys are not known that they're trash. You know what I'm saying? These guys are professionals and they know where the hole's at. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they're young enough to, touch you and get, they could knock you out, bro. You have seen Virgil Ortiz go down how many times? How many times have we seen Virgil Ortiz go down by guys we never heard of? Aegis Kavalauskas, Sergey Bokachuk. So he got knocked down 2 times by Sergey Bokachuk. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what the hell is going on? So that tells me right there that Virgil Ortiz is not invincible. All these dudes, the litmus test, they still got to pass the litmus test. They got to pass, they got to fight somebody, that's on the level, right? I mean, everybody thought Tim Zoo, he was knocking out all these older legends or all these older guys that got into good fights, like Tony Harrison. And I thought Tony Harrison was going to come out there lit. Of course, he went through a lot of personal problems with his father. And I was just like, man, when is somebody going to expose this guy? And boom, here come Fundora out of nowhere. Fundora gets decked by Mendoza. So these guys are on the same level, which is exciting because I hate to see when they're overmatched. I hate to see when guys are overmatched and it's just one sided. So we've been seeing some really good stuff. You said, Two Cents says, I mean, fight Boots, not spar. Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. This guy's he's like a sparring warrior. You're saying you hear all the rumors what come out of sparring. Heard he gave Crawford trouble. He gave quite a lot of top fighters. You know what I'm saying? A little work in the ring, pretty good work. You know what I'm saying? Which means he got something going. You know, when he knocked out I think that's how you Geneseki or whatever that Asian dude name. Man, that was a beautiful hook. Even though it's who he was, Asian guy. You know what I'm saying? It was a beautiful work. I watched his combinations, how he knocked him out the short. You know what I'm saying? The short uppercut, fast. Let me tell you something. Brian Norman Jr. got some fast hands, bro. Got some fast hands. He got some good combination and he got some good power. And so people are gonna, Devin is gonna have to like really take him seriously. He said, so Devin gets backlash for the Ryan rematch not happening, but it's Ryan. It's Ryan is the one that avoided the fight. How? Well, that's just the way it works, Julian. You know, for some reason, people just, I guess, because of Bill, they really don't like Devin, bro. I think when he sued Ryan Garcia, people looked at that and thought it was unmanly. Um, they really hold Dev to a different standard because of his dad, right? And I think his dad like keeps him in hot water with people, writing him checks that Devin can't cash when it comes to his public, perception, right? And I think that's why Dev suffers a lot because of that, because his dad comes on panels arguing with different um, uh, fighting teams, like he goes on Mill City everywhere, talking a lot of stuff, and a lot of people, be pissed off with Bill because if you talk to Bill, it's like you're talking to Devin. And I think that's where you get a lot of hate. He says the part of the interview that stood out was Bud stating that Boots and Fedora had opportunities to fight him and passed on it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what he said. I saw it. I was gonna play. I'm gonna play a little bit of that interview. Dark Kent. He says the reason Ryan talks mad shit is because he's never got any consequences for shit he did. Say he cheated, but also, what so-called boxing fans were saying him using PEDs did not affect his performance. And that just comes from who you like. That comes from who you like. A lot of people don't like Devin. They don't like his style. They don't like that he has any power, and they don't like the accolades that he accrued down there at 135. So, he's not a power puncher. A lot of people don't like Shakur Stevenson for the same reason. They don't like that. They're boxers. They're pure boxers. So, a lot of people, they want them to get knocked out. They say that Devin don't have a chin. Linares, cracked him. Say had his legs wobbly. So they want to hold on to that stuff. So no matter, what challenges he take in the future, I think Devin is going to be one of those fighters that get more views and more hate. Saying more views from people that hate him and want to see him get beat. And I don't know how he ended up on that side of it, but I think his daddy had a whole lot to do with that. Saying just had a whole lot to do with it. Rumlin says he said a whole bunch of shit, but he didn't to someone they didn't. Okay, he said a whole bunch of shit, but he didn't to someone they didn't like, so it's cool. He said they enable Ryan Duddy Stunt, Duddy's cut, Scott. How you say that? What is that? Well, they like Ryan. They was building Ryan up to be the next Hispanic superstar. Anybody but a black guy. What I'm saying? That's how they feel. They just don't want. Right now, they're tired. They're tired. They got black fatigue, right? And they don't want to see blacks dominating us. They rather see a Tio Fimo Lopez, even though Teofimo, see, they could get away with stuff that blacks can't. Teofimo Lopez is walking around with white supremacist bloggers. He's saying insensitive things. He's calling the Turk all kind of names and stuff like that. He's immature, but yet he gets away with it. What I'm saying? It never sticks to any of them. But when you black, it's gonna stick to you. That's why you got to be careful how you move. I'm looking at Schofield Jr., Floyd Schofield Jr. He's trashing fights. What I'm saying, and I just thought it was so ironic. I thought it was so ironic that he had the nerve to criticize, Shakur Stevenson for fighting Tio, saying that the fight was not needed. He was saying the fight is not needed, but bro, you just had a whole you just ducked him by saying you had food poisoning, right? You had an opportunity to fight uh Shakur Stevenson, right? You had an opportunity, but here we go. You're talking about you had food poisoning before the fight. I think they counted it on the 14th of August, right? So What are you talking about? What's going on schools of skills? What's going on, bro? So you canceled the fight, but you want to call, say he moves up, the fight TO at 140. So you call that fight not needed. Well, he tried to fight you, but you talk about you had food poisoning. You know what I'm saying? So that which was really weird and strange. I was like, man, come on, bro. You can't even talk on Shakur Stevenson. But one thing that kind of disappoint me about Stevenson, how he be instigating, and he instigated with Oshaki Foster and what's that for Raymond Ford. You know, he just be all up in people. X. Let me see if I can find that thing. He'd be all instigating and stuff in the background. It's like, bro, concentrate on Tio. Concentrate on Tio. Here's the thing. Let me show you guys this how Stevenson be instigating this shit, man. It's like shit is ridiculous. Hold on. Oshaki Foster's a cool ass dude, man. But he always be hating on, man. I mean, I don't know what to call this shit. This shit is if you're not fighting them, bro, leave them alone. Let them do what they do. Stevenson, hold on, let me pull that up. Oh, here we go, share screen. So this is what I'm talking about with Shakur, the little instigating that he does. So you see right there, that bitch is scared. You know what I'm saying? So in that case, why you not fighting Rocky to be a mandatory? Y'all got the same promoter. I was in Germany at the WBC commission with y'all promoter. Why y'all ain't asked for it? You got a goofy trying to tricks the fans. You don't want to fight. So see, you see Shakur, man, he just be, this is uncalled for. And it's just in my opinion, you know. I mean, you already got to fight. You're not gonna go back down to what 130 to fight these dudes. He says, you're the only nigga that's sick a fighter on another fighter. Well, Shaq, you willing? So you should have stopped it right there. Okay, there it is. He says, you're the only nigga that's sick a fight on another fighter. Shaq Foster, you willing to entertain a fight with anyone else? What's the issue with me? And I don't think there's an issue. He just got bigger fish to fry with Fulton. Fulton is a bigger fight. He said he don't want to fight. He don't want to fight tough fights. He'd rather lose for as much money as possible. He said this dude drowned shark. I'm betting whoever wants to bet on it. You know. So I don't know what that means by the targets a shot at. I don't know what that means. He said blah blah blah. Shut the fuck up. You're gonna be so-called tough fighting next, buddy. He said, bet y'all money on that little dude. He says, Shakur responds, he says, he don't want to fight tough fights. He'd rather lose as much. So he's repeating the same thing. So maybe they just gambling and it's just a little competitive shit talking, and that's why Shaki Foster said that Tio would beat Shakur, because he don't have any power, because he can't keep Tio off with just a rangefinder and a jab. It's just because he's a bitch ass type of nigga deserve to be spit on. Wow. So just a lot of foolishness going on between these young guys. It just don't make no damn sense. You know, just don't make no damn sense. Why they talking like that and they're not gonna fight. He said, I understand Booth's strategy concerning his career inactivity is the worst enemy. But yeah, and I think you should take a light touch, what I'm saying, when you move up. We've seen many fighters, we saw Adrian Broner, what he looked like when he moved up to 140. and just moving up too fast. So you got to take your time, because these fighters, they've been sitting at these weight classes for a long time. So they're used to getting hit, what I'm saying, by bigger guys and stronger guys. So, but when you're moving up, you may not acclimate in the ring, right? So it might be a little bit too much for you, you know. He says fucking Floyd sued. How many fighters has sued? And see, he's kind of flirting with that Devin Haney thing. If you suing somebody, that's kind of pussy punk ass, really is. He says, he said a person has that right to not like a fighter, but to allow cheating and stuff blatantly. I mean, they wanted Ryan to take down Devin. You know what I'm saying? That was his role. You know what I'm saying? It's probably set up by Floyd too. He said, "What up, Pool? Is a chat? What's happening?" Shit was probably set up by Floyd. Floyd always doing little underhanded shit in boxing. He says, "I think Teal's a damn good fighter, but I don't understand why he's choosing to act the way he acts." He says, "To me, it actually hurts his career." I agree with that, man. But Teal, one thing we could say about Teal, he can fight and he's a damn gifted athlete. You know what I'm saying? You could see how he be moving around in that gym. He be dancing. He got the rhythm. You know what I'm saying? But only problem with Tio is that he's mentally weak. Mentally, he ain't strong. You know, once the fight not going his way, he gets down on himself. He's not a very strong mentally strong fighter. And I think Shakur is the wrong guy to fight. Once the fight go against you, I think Theo is the wrong dude you want to be in that way because he's gonna start talking to you. He says best fight for Bud Bivol at 168. School of skills. What you been drinking, man? You been drinking this morning. You know what I'm saying? You think, well, you said at 68. Hmm. Bivol at 68. I don't know. That might, you know what? You know what? That might be good, but I don't know. Bivol still in there. I know he had back surgery. Yeah, that might be he might be at the right time to fight Crawford, you know, because Bivol, you see what he did to Canelo, you know. Gianna back at 160. He been talking mad shit, wanting to get Crawford down there to welcome to the 160 division. All I see is Crawford being undisputed a fourth time. I don't think them guys got skills down there. Carlos Adamas sparred with Bud. So, they're pretty familiar. Well, I know Carlos Adamas is familiar with Bud Crawford, through sparring. So that should be another division where Bud can get some accolades and stuff. Laura, you know what I'm saying? Laura is, he got rid of Danny Garcia. Um, Laura's still active, man. He's still, knocking these young YNs out. And they're not so young, you know what I'm saying? Danny Garcia, man, just crumbled, what I'm saying, to Laura's power. And I don't know, but I still think Bud to get Laura, because Laura's just 42. It's a little bit too old. He's a little bit too old, long in the tooth in the game, you know. He says Team Crawford didn't turn down the Benavides fight. He says Turkey didn't want to pay. Yeah, I mean, they did turn it down at first because Bomac said it out the gate. They wasn't fighting David Benavidez, but look like they're just using that for leverage to run up the price. And that fight may happen, you know. I know they want some kind of obscene amount of money. And I don't blame Crawford. I mean, if I'm gonna fight the Mexican monster, man, hey, I want my money. I think Canelo asked for $200 million. He asked for $200 million to fight the Mexican monster. So, you tell me what's a good price, to fight these big burly dudes, right? And but if he gets what he wants, they'll probably try to make him go up to 175. You know what I'm saying, to ensure that it's a hard task, right? He says Turkey offered Canelo, yeah, 150, 200 million to fight DB, but didn't want to pay Bud the same bread. Of course not. Of course not. Bud messed up their plans. Why the hell you gonna pay somebody that messed up your plans? You know what I'm saying? That Crawford was supposed to be Canelo. So, they messed up the apple cart, you know what I'm saying? So Bud messed up the apple cart and they're pissed about it right now. And they're trying to recuperate right now. He said they're going back and forth. He says David Benavidez pulled out because he had a fight already and the talk's starting to drag. Well, you know, if you know Anthony Yard ain't gonna make it. He's a 6 round fighter. He's a front runner. And even though he has some nice boxing skills, that ain't gonna matter when it comes to David. He's gonna walk through all that shit, and he's gonna fade at the second end of the fight, and David gonna walk through him, especially if he's in top shape and everything like he usually is. So he's gonna walk through Anthony Yard. He says, we're white girls. There ain't no white girls over here. He says, Dana White not trying to pay huge amount of money in boxing. Excuse me, y'all. Not to his fighters. I mean, not to his fighters. No. I mean, you see what the UFC and the WWE, what I'm saying, what they pay their fighters, right? They only pay certain fighters that kind of money. I'm like, where did they get this name from? Buffer boxing, buff. What is it? Buffer boxing. You know what I'm saying? That is crazy, a crazy name. But they got a multiple contract deal with Paramount and CBS. And it starts in January of next year, and they're looking for at least 450 fighters. Look like. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna get it's gonna be full because there's a lot of fighters out there that ain't making no good money right now. So they're gonna fill up their coffers, their stables, and it's gonna be a lot of idiots that go over there because they're signing exclusive deals with, and they're trying to cut the managers out. They don't want to deal with no managers, so they're doing exclusive deals with fighters over there. Um, so Dana White is trying to bring that UFC model to boxing, and that's probably going to end up being a RICO case. I could see that being a RICO case. You know, if Trump get out of office, he's not going to have any protection, and if he starts screwing over these boxers, somebody gets deleted in the ring over there for some reason, it's probably going to shut down this whole situation. But the turkey is backing, with TKO. He's backing the PBC. I'm just trying to figure out how is that going to work with the PBC trying to work with Top Rank, what I'm saying, so they can have some cross promotional fights. And then the first fight they're talking about is Zaya versus Fedora. Uh, you know, that'll be a good fight to try to unify the belts, but that wouldn't be the first fight I want to see. Wouldn't be the first fight I want to see, you know. But Bob Arum says shit. They're looking for to work with anybody. So they're working with the PBC to make some fights. And so in 2026, but I'm just trying to figure out the Turk, he's doing his own thing with Dana White, but then he's working with the PBC. So I guess he don't care as long as he got access to the stables. Maybe that's what it is, and he could talk to the fighters. And I don't even know how. Well, maybe because he's a foreigner, he can get around the Muhammad Ali Act. I guess. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to figure out how it's all, you know, is not a conflict of interest for PBC. Because if you're working with Top Rank, I guess it don't matter. You have the autonomy as a promotional company to work with who you want to work with. So I guess it don't matter. But I would think Turk that would be counterproductive for him to help out the competition, or he just maybe keeping an open working relationship with the PBC. You know, um, then you still got the zone out there. You know what I'm saying? So it's highly confusing. He says, seems like Yard is the journeyman or the gatekeeper at 175. He has a decent resume of losses to a couple of good fighters at 175. Yard is I don't know why he's so bulky. And I think that belt kind of hurts him, when it comes on the stamina side. If he could slim up a little bit and put more, into just get rid of some of that bulk so he can kind of last a lot longer in the ring. He's just way too muscular. He's more like a bodybuilder, and then his defense, he got good head movement and stuff, but his whole situation just comes crashing down in the second half of the fight, defense and all, you know. Let me see. So Suleiman, he's on the surface. Well, the whole sanctioned bodies, they're getting moved out the way because I'm pretty sure Dana White is not going to allow the sanctioning bodies to, display their belts over, in Zuffa boxing, whatever they're going to call it, Zuffa boxing uh, uh, promotions. They're not going to allow the WBC and the WBA and the IBF. I'm pretty sure those belts are not going to be over there. And the sanctioning bodies are already seeing what the future is when it comes to them, right? Getting their own thing started. So they're not going to be included. So it's not going to be any tradition. It's going to be a break in the line of tradition when it comes to, them coming up into the space. They're going to have their own self-contained situation going over there. So they're going to have to create their own belts. They're going to have to create their own legacy. So it's going to be starting from zero, yeah, which is kind of cool. It may not be good for the fighters because they're not going to get paid as much, but you get to start with the legacy at the beginning, at ground zero, um, somewhere, right? You're going to be one of the first legends over there, whatever at Zufa. I mean, that name is just is diabolical. That name is diabolical. He said, you hear Bud say he was 9 hours by himself, um, talking contract money for, yeah, Canelo. He said, what's wrong? What's that was wrong? He says, first Bud, one Bud versus Turkey negotiators. Well, Bud knew what he wanted. He knew what he wanted. Bud is a difficult negotiator, man. A lot of people say he don't know what he's doing, but he got a certain vision of what he wants, and he's he got a certain thing that he wants, and once he get that, he's cool. But if you don't get it, what I'm saying, it's nothing's gonna happen. You see how he walked out on the Aerosmith Jr. Talks and went and fought David Avenesian, right? He says, "Pool, in my honest opinion, I think boxing head put too much on so-called Mexican monster." He says, "To me, he's just a bigger Gerard Hurd." Said he doesn't have power. He just just wears he just wears on fighters. Gerard Hurd, man, come on, man, y'all tripping, man. The Mexican monster, man, he's a warrior, bro. What's going on, Thomas Hill in the building? Home Pool, what's going on? He said, "Agree, for sure." He told us the Mexican monster ain't real, bro. Come on, man. We talk about David Benavidez, man. Come on, man. That dude is on another level. But Suleiman warned Dana, that boxing is, it's got a tradition of how it's do business, and it's not going to change with a snap of a finger. But look like Dana got some powerful allies, because him and the Turk is got his hand in with everybody. He's got his hand on everybody's shoulder, what I'm saying? So he could put on some fights. And of course, they're trying to take over the American boxing market, because right now the promoters are just, they're coming out of long broadcast deals, and Showtime got out the way. Um, they're just, you know, e- every 5 or 10 years they got to recalculate, how they're going to finance these fights. So now you got Paramount coming in. You got so many different. You got Netflix coming in now, where that could be a space where fights could be made and paid for. Pay structure, the Turk don't want to go back to the pay-per-view type style of doing things. So they're trying to centralize it as much as they can. And so it's kind of good to see PBC and Top Rank finally bury the hatchet and come together, what I'm saying, like Americans should, come together like Americans should. Anytime there's a foreign invader, what I'm saying, the shit is like Pearl Harbor. They done already dropped the bomb, the Canelo Bud bomb on us. the Bivol and Better Be bomb on us. Now it's time for us to get our head together, get our shit together, and get these fights. You know what I'm saying? Together over here. Top Rank got some good guys. You know what I'm saying? They can put out there on the table, and PBC got some good people that they can put on the table. Now you seen Keyshawn. He was falling back and stuff. Because boxing is getting a little slow for him, but they made him the number one WBO contender, saying to fight Tio, right? And for some reason, people, they're boxing in Tio. Either he fights, Shakur Stevenson or he fights Shakur Stevenson light, and that's Keyshawn. He's like Shakur Stevenson, what I'm saying, but on the lighter side, So he's boxed in, right? So, if he tried to jump out of that fight for any kind of reason and try to, duck, what I'm saying, Shakur, well, he's going to run straight into Keyshawn. And for some reason, T.O. do not like to fight black fighters, not the athletic ones. What I'm saying? He don't want to pit himself against that kind of excellence, because Keyshawn is a good boxer, but I think he's jumping up, kind of quickly, when he's got to beat somebody, stop leapfrogging and divisions and leapfrogging these good fighters, because don't run away from Andy Cruz. He's coming right behind you. That's the guy you should be fighting, and especially since you haven't fought one decent name. Keyshawn haven't fought one decent name, y'all. Not one. But yet he's trying to put his name next to, what I'm saying, Shakur Stevenson. He's trying to ride on the coattails of Bud Crawford. What I'm saying, just because he's in that camp or over that Top Rank or when Bud was over there and Shakur. He want to ride on the coattails and he want to act like they act. But bro, you haven't done anything. You haven't done half the shit they done. And I'm so tired of watching these boxers come in. They don't want to put the work in. Put the work in, Sean. Keyshawn, I'm telling you, this full kind of boxer. Put the work in, bro. Before you start acting like you all that. You know, put the work in. So, it's just one of these things where young people just they want to get the money so fast. But they don't want to really, earn it the old way. You know, you know. That's my little boots, the Black God, Thunder God of Philly. You know, he says, no amount were disclosed, but I heard, yeah, that's what I heard too. I heard he got that, and it's good. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for Crawford. You know, let's go into the interview of that Ward. Ward is on fire right now, man. That dude, I always thought he was glazing Crawford all the time. You know what I'm saying? But man, the dude, that's SOG, man. We got to give him his respect. You know what I'm saying? And he did an excellent interview with Crawford. You know what you say? School of Skills. He says Bud will beat David Benavidez with ease. DB is too slow. He's flat-footed. He gas out around the 10. Bud trains for 15. I hear you. I hear you. If he sign up, we're gonna find out, ain't we? He says, I wonder why Keyshawn didn't take the opportunity to fight Frank Mir. You already know why, because he didn't want to take the risk, you know. He said Dana is a scumbag. And they had words. Of course, you remember that when they had words back then. So I always call him a Popeye. I always call him Popeye. He says, Dana is a scumbag. Of course. And Turkey is the only one looking out for his country. Yeah. So they're trying to take over the shit, man. It's like shit is ridiculous. But that's business. So, and the PBC got in on it too. So, what that tell you? So here come I don't know if y'all can see that. Let me share my screen. This is Ward and Terrence Crawford. Let me see. Interview. Great sounds. See Crawford. Okay, there it is. There it is. All right.
But to believe you can do it and to do it is two different things. So what I'm asking you is like, have you enjoyed the victory? Like, have you had a chance to like say, man, we really did that?
Oh, of course. I sat down, you know, and after each one of my fights, I just take a deep breath and I be like, it's over with, you know, because the stress is off my back, the intensity, just everything that's around a championship fight is stressful. You know, we put a lot of mental fortitude into, you know what I mean, what we're going to do when we go in that ring and how we're going to do it. And in training, making sure that everything is in line of what we're trying to accomplish. And when it's all said and done, when it's over with, you know, you just like, I did that.
Got that off my back.
Yeah, I did that.
So before we get into the fight, man, you know, I appreciate the fits and the shoes and stuff like that a fighter has. So I got to do a little heat check for you with your outfit going into the ring. That's probably the rawest, dopest fit I done seen you with. The colorway, everything. And I know Steven had a lot to do with that. How did
You're talking about the man fit and shit. I don't skip past that. But that's real though. You know, Crawford, you know what I'm saying? He comes in, he never looked like he's stressed out, but he's human. You know what I'm saying? He's human like anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Even though he's done a task of a black god, you know what I'm saying, beating Canelo Alvarez the way he did, you know, the man lets you know, you know what I'm saying, he knows how to put on that face, you know what I'm saying, that game face. And you know, but it's pressure behind that shit. So, you know.
So Off-White came in with Everlast.
Can't do that.
like a mariachi band or any type of band to go against Canelo on a big fight like this? But that was somebody you came up with.
Yeah. And that's why, you know, I pay homage, you know, in a press conference to the Mexican fans, you know, before the fight and, you know, before fight weekend. You know, when I was like, I love Mexico too, because I have a lot of Mexican supporters. Always had, you know, I've been locked in with the Mexican culture for a long time, you know, and for people to think that all the Mexicans was going for Canelo was just crazy, you know, just like all the.
Well, let me see. Imagine that. All the Mexicans going for Canelo. Why would we think something like that? You know what I'm saying? Come on. I know you got some Mexican fans, but I mean, you can't compare yourself to having more Mexican fans than Canelo. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. It says the new Ali Act got fighters getting 150 per round. And he said, what if you get a first round knockout? Let's get back into it, y'all. You know, this is Crawford delusion to me. You know what I'm saying? Where he's delusional when he's worried about being popular. I don't think he has to worry about that. You know, of course we know he sucks at pay-per-views. Never had the only pay-per-view he probably had that was successful was with Errol Spence Jr., but that don't matter. You know what I'm saying? He don't have to worry about that. You know, I don't understand why he think he's so popular around the world. It don't matter, bro. You winning. You know what I'm saying? This is an aspect of, you know, something that you just can't have it all, you know. Just can't have it all. He's kind of like an anti-hero. You know, he's an anti-hero, right?
African American culture wasn't going for me, you know. So it was cool to have the band, you know, switch it up a little bit.
No, it was dope, bro. That's probably one of the cleanest walkouts that I seen. It wasn't extra. It was like just enough.
Weird to me because at the same time, the bell gonna ring and we're gonna have to fight.
It's all even at the end of the day.
You know, so it don't matter if I'm, you know, the first to be announced or he the first to be announced. You gotta fight.
You gotta fight.
At the end of the day, you gotta fight.
Yeah. Take me back to before you made the decision to face Canelo. Bill Haney conversation. So if I'm not mistaken, Errol Spence 2 was still obviously contractually y'all had an obligation. You didn't know
this was before that.
Even before?
Yeah.
Hold on, before
we even fought. Me and Errol Spence even
Hold
fought.
on, bro. For real? I thought this was after
No, this is before.
Crawford Spence won.
He said, man, don't even stop chasing Errol Spence. He was like, man, the guy to focus on chase is Canelo.
Really?
He was like, man, you can beat him. He was like, man, Spence, Canelo. And like every time I see him, he'd be like, Canelo. And I started laughing, you know what I mean? Because at first I'm like, man, that dude big. And then I started looking at him. I'm like, then we got a picture together years back when I was at 134.
This is why, and let me tell y'all something out there, y'all young men. Don't let people size y'all up. Don't let nobody size you up. This is how it happens. You know, he's looking. Look at school. Don't let people size you up, bro. Don't let people get, old hopes try to feel on you, see how strong he is, and you know what I'm saying, looking at you, because that's how they do. They be sizing you up, your strength, to see, what your personality is like, you know what I'm saying? So, they could try you. You know what I'm saying? Listen how Bud is talking. It's a little bit of street stuff that he's dropping on you right now. You know what I'm saying? You need to know this stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's good to watch boxing, so you can man up and toughen up a little bit. But he's showing you how he sized up Canelo Alvarez, right? That's real shit. You know what I'm saying? He thought Canelo was this big strong man, you know what I'm saying, this big juggernaut up at 168, but he took a look at him. He's like, man, oh, hell no. Boy, you ain't that big, son. And so he decided from that point on that he could fight this guy just by looking at him and sizing him up. It's something you need to think about. He said Bud would drop back every time. Okay, let's get back to it. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm like, all right, we the same height, around the same size. Like, he a little thicker. Okay. I'm starting to look into it now because he already planted the seed, but now I'm like looking into it. Like, let me see what Bill
talking about.
Bill look
See what
at
he
now.
see.
What he see. So I'm, okay. This is what he talking about. Cause he like, man, he's not a big dude. He just kept saying he's not a big dude and you can beat him. And then when I looked into it, I'm like, damn, Bill, right. You know what I mean? So then it was just like, okay, cool. Got the Spence fight. After the Spence fight, I'm like, I want to fight Canelo. You know what I mean? Spence was basically contracted to fight Canelo if he would have beat me at 164, and I was just like, damn, since I beat him, I should get the opportunity.
All right, shut up.
You know what I mean? So it ain't going nowhere and things like that. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm done with 147. I ain't going back. I'm like, all right, I want to fight Fundora, because I'm WBO. I can fight any one of the champions. He was WBC and WBO. So I'm like, I want to fight Fundora. You know what I mean? He got 2 belts. I want to become undisputed at 154. That was my train of thought. But when he said he didn't want to fight me because I wasn't basically big enough, I looked at him like, huh? I don't sell. That's what his handlers were saying. Oh, I don't sell. And
once again, Bud Crawford, he has this weird thing when it comes to, see, he thinks of himself as bigger than what he was at the time. And I guess any fighter, saying if you know what you can do and you believe in yourself, but sale wise, Crawford wasn't that dude. You know what I'm saying? He never had a successful pay-per-view. And that ain't no hate. That's just what it was, right? And I think Fundora was trying to fight Spence at the time. And of course that fell through. But they had a big back and forth about that. But Crawford takes it personally. He takes it very personally, you know what I'm saying, when you don't think he's as big as he think he is in his own mind. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's talking about Fundora. And Fundora, he was trying to look at the name, you know what I'm saying, but Bud, I think it would have been a good fight. I don't know how it would have done in sales, but him coming off that Spence win, I think it pushed his stock up. I think it pushed Terrence Crawford's stock up right through the roof. So that would have been a good fight after the Spence win. So I can kind of see where Crawford is saying, but I think he still is kind of like puffed up in his head, a little bit insane, you know what I'm saying? But just like the Mexican fan thing, he just thinks of himself as a bigger star than he actually is. And it's just a little delusional for me. You know what I'm saying? That he don't understand why people now that he beat Canelo, yeah, he's the ticket now. You know what I'm saying? Because he beat the king, right? But that's what you got to do to get that kind of fame. And plus, he wasn't doing a whole lot of interviews before Spence. He was kind of low key. He wasn't really doing the press. And I think if he would have done that his entire career, he probably would have had the fame, even more fame than Spence. But because he hated doing the PR side of it, he suffered from it. So he only shot his own self in the damn foot. So, he's just a little delusional when it comes to that. But, so shout out to Bill for planting the seed. Yeah, and that's another interesting aspect of it. Bill got some kind of matchmaking. He got that matchmaking eye where he could see, saying the styles matchups. And I don't know how he didn't see that goddamn Ryan Garcia ass whipping, but he do have some kind of talent going on. When it comes to that, because I think Ward later on talks about his experience with Bill too. He says Fedora ducked. I don't think he ducked. He just wanted a bigger name or whatever. He said, "Who is he talking about, fool?" Yeah, he's talking about Fedora. Um, he says, exactly what happened when he walked away from the That's what I told him earlier, 2 cents. He's a very shrewd businessman. He's very ruthless, and he wants shit his way. And if he don't get it his way, he's okay with finding something else to do. Which is the shrewdest thing you can do in business. So he's not a bad businessman. He's just, he just wants what he wants, and he's not going to take what he don't want, right? So he says the table he got saying that shit publicly, and so I mean, he was able to get the Canelo fight, so that kind of shuts everybody up. He said he's proven you don't need to be a big pay-per-view star to make bread. That's true. He taught us a lot, by doing things his way. He says Fundora was going to fight him. He says he walked away. I know a fighter that, well, they was going to strip Fundora of the, I think he had the WBO. Did they strip him? I can't remember, but I know they was threatening if he fought Spence that they were going to strip him of the WBA, or I forget which one he had. He says Fundora was going to fight him. He walked away. I know the fighter was supposed to fight on the undercard. They were going to fight last December, right? But I mean, shit, he fought Madronov. Saying that was good enough. Because he only stayed for one fight before he got the Canelo fight. He says Crawford just pandering to fans. Yep, could be. But I mean, but shit, you ain't got no fans, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We got probably have a couple of Mexican fans, but to compare himself with Canelo, come on. You know what I'm saying? Oh, to my Mexican, they were booing the shit out of him. Hi there, my Mexican fan. Boo, boo. Throwing Corona shit at him and stuff. Throwing taco lettuce at him. He says, pay-per-view is dead anyway. Well, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? Because you still got, unless they put it on that Paramount app, unless PBC is thinking about putting fights, on Prime, they're going to put it on Prime. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's still going to be pay-per-view. Still going to be pay-per-view if you mess with the PBC and Top Rank. Unless they just do like a Netflix and kind of do the subscription thing, which was kind of cool. So you're not out of $89.99. You know what I'm saying? And for undercards and shit you don't want to see. He says, Fedora duck Bud. Oh, I read that. He says Ortiz ducked Bud. Yeah. I mean, you come on, school skills. Come on. Now you seen that boy get Falumaloon by Aegis Kavalauskas. You saw it. You saw that. You know what I'm saying? He was talking all kind of shit about he wanted Crawford before that fight. But after that Falumaloon, it was no. he was like, you know what? I need to work on my defense. You know, say even after that fight, because he said he wanted Crawford going into the fight. After the fight, he ain't even mention it because he got Falumaloon, and he's still getting Falumaloon. He says 2 cents lies. Fedora promoter said on the Boxing Voice he was going to stop the WBO if Bull forces Mando. You're a liar and a hater. Strong words. Says should always be about selling boxing. He says it's skills versus skills that was the problem with Thurman avoiding Spence when Spence was coming up. Man, you know Thurman, he's about to meet his end. I think this is going to be his last fight because I think he's going to get his ass destroyed. I don't think them wheels, those fast moving wheels, you know, that be like the road runner when that motherfucker get hit to the body. And you start seeing that goddamn that speeding O and shit. That motherfucker put them wheels on. He's what, 36 now? Man, this is gonna be second round knockout for Dora. I said it. You say Ennis duck Bud. Come on, man. Everybody duck Bud. He says, y'all keep talking about stuff sad on the internet. He said, I know what happened behind the scenes. Plus Fundora said Crawford went in another direction. Yeah, because he hadn't already made up his mind to fight Madrinoff, who had just got the belt. He was green up. He knew Madrinoff, never been in a championship situation, and he knew that was that was like taking candy from a baby. Well, candy from a little Russian hood baby, you know, Ukistan or wherever the hell he's from. He says, 2 cents, the name of the fighter, you lying. He said, you be on straight clown. Oh, I ain't finna read all that. Y'all stop all that. You know, it's just boxing. You know what I'm saying? I don't got a name nut. Oh, y'all, Jesus. Says Fundora Duck said he's faked the injury. He's a bum and he's a weight bully. You know, he is a big boy. You know, I don't believe in weight bullying, school of skills, but you know, damn, that is a big boy. I love to see him box though. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like having I don't want to say George Foreman because he ain't that big, but he's just an anomaly, right? With the long arms and the long legs. See, the Turk said Bud turned down the Virgil fight and all this shit is cap, you know. Says nigga, I talk about what I want to talk about. Okay, y'all just going back and forth. Let's get back into the interview, y'all. What'd you say, Doc Kent? Doc Kent say, he says too much ego in boxing about I don't want to let anybody eat off me. I'm going to cherry pick instead of fighting a guy who is equally as talented as fighter who has the stock clock. I agree with that. He said the WBO president says Virgil ducked. Now they all want to fight Bud. Yeah, duck Bud the man now. You know, anytime y'all come on, anytime you make a name for yourself and you know you try to go back to the guy that you didn't want to fight, of course he's gonna feel some kind of way. That's what happened with Errol Jr. and Keith Thurman. We see it in boxing all the time. That's what happened with Floyd Mayweather after he got the Oscar De La Hoya fight. All those guys that turned him down when he was Pretty Boy Floyd coming up, you know what I'm saying? He gave him his ass to kiss. You know what I'm saying? Some of them he did. He gave Sugar Shane Mosley the fight, who had a toothache. You know what I'm saying? When Floyd was coming up and wanted to fight him. You know, a lot of guys turned Floyd down on the way up. And when he became the ticket, you know, Floyd put him through the ringer. You know, fight so-and-so, I'll give you the fight. You know what I'm saying? He made Canelo fight, I forgot who he made him fight. I forgot who he made Canelo fight a couple of guys before he gave him the fight. Let's get back into the interview. You know, Bud cooking right now, you know, for y'all Bud.
They want to fight Errol Spence because he's a bigger fight.
But you knew what that was, though.
Yeah. It's cool. I'm not tripping on that because now they begging for a fight. Now they want to fight me now. I don't sell, so there's no need for you to even mention my name no more. Don't say Terrence Crawford.
Yeah.
You know, all these guys that that see now, they say, oh, he's the ticket. Win, lose, or draw, he's the ticket. I'll fight Terrence Crawford. Come on, man. Boots had a chance to fight me. Virgil Ortiz had an opportunity to fight me, you know, but now everybody, oh, I fight Terrence, or I'm this, I'm that. I'm like, okay, cool. When y'all had y'all opportunity, you know, y'all went elsewhere. But now that y'all see I'm the ticket, now y'all like, oh yeah, we want to fight Terrence Crawford. We want Terrence Crawford. That's the narrative now.
That's America, man. What's wrong with you? Why you acting? Stop being so soft, man. Stop being soft. You know what I'm saying? That's how people do. You know what I'm saying? When they see, they feel like you ain't nothing, you ain't going nowhere. Of course, they don't want to deal with you. When you shining, how Mike Jones said, Mike Jones, back then you didn't want me, now I'm hot, they're all up on me. That's how they do. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with him? Yeah, now you from the hood, Crawford. Crawford is from the hood. So he should know this is how it's worked. This is how it worked. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're talking about this kind of money in boxing. That's what it is, bro. It's like, why you acting like you don't know this is how it goes, you know? When you had nothing, you know what I'm saying? Or then you got popular by playing basketball, football. They seen you had talent. That's when you start getting all these hanger-ons, right? That's when the women start coming, right? That's when everybody want to be your friend. You know what I'm saying? That's when everybody want the opportunity, right? So this stuff he's saying is like some kind of naive kid or something, you know. Yeah, if you street smart, you know that's just what it is, you know what I'm saying? So I just don't understand why he's so dumbfounded, or he just kind of dragging everybody. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's how the
We want
life.
to fight Terrence Crawford.
The Fundora thing, you seen that play coming a mile away. Like, as soon as that fight was even talked about, I said it's gonna be a phone call made, and he finna walk that back. Whether he wanted to fight or not, he wasn't gonna be allowed to, and you know that. You know, Allen then made that call and was like, nah, we ain't going that way. You know, so, but the problem with that is that's you thinking about the first move. You're not thinking 2-3 steps up ahead, because now you're in the position you in, and he could have fought you, right? So it you know, it's his loss, man. But real quick, back to the Bill Haney thing, bro. Like, it's funny with Bill. Like, Bill a good matchmaker. You know, if you can't give him credit for nothing else, you got to give him credit for how he moved his son. You know, and seeing guys and knowing when to fight him and whatnot. But like, it's funny because like I had been talking about fighting Joshua before, but he's the one that put the seed back in my mind like 3-4 weeks ago. They was in a bay, and he didn't say you should fight him, but we was just talking about it. He said, man, Joshua. And I'm like, same thing you did.
Shout out to Bill Haney, you know what I'm saying, behind the scenes, you know what I'm saying, making big fights happening, planting seeds, you know what I'm saying, for boxing. Shout out to Bill Haney for doing what he do.
I'm like, you know what? I said, I'll take that fight right now. And he the same one that did that, bro. So it's crazy. When I heard that, because I didn't know that initially. And I thought that came after Spence won. So Bill cold with that, man. How did the team respond though when you first start floating Canelo?
Shit, everybody was just like, whatever I want to do.
Really? No hesitation?
Whatever I want to do. You know, I remember talking to Bernard, you know, and this was when we was in talks before it got finalized. And he was just like, man, but Canelo cold, man, but you go Canelo up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just
he
like,
said he cold.
Like just going on, like just talking, you know, because he's respected.
Yeah.
You know,
he's
like
for sure.
he's definitely respected. So we
I know he ain't talking about burning the boxer. I know he ain't talking about goddamn burning the boxer. I just know he ain't talking about burning the boxer. You know what I'm saying? You know. He says Bud is not thinking about Boots Sauer. So he had 2 chances to fight him. You know, he says Bud legacy Fugazi. He said he's acting like a sore loser. Bud is delusional, blaming PBC for his career choices. Well, either way, this is how I look at it. You know, all that stuff is done. You know, all of it is done. You know, we the fans, we hold on to a lot of shit that they don't even be worried about no more. You know, right now, Errol Spence Jr. is in Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's a millionaire with his kids, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he ate the loss, but nobody give him credit for making that fight happen. You know what I'm saying? Everything he sacrificed, you know what I'm saying, to make that fight happen. And then he took the loss like a man. He came out there all lumped up, didn't try to rush up out the interview. No, nobody looks at that. How humiliating that was. And that man sat there like it wasn't nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? And he still walked through this thing like it ain't nothing. That's character, y'all. That's something that you don't see every day. This generation don't give a damn about that kind of courage. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to win, but nobody wants to be a gracious loser, right? And they don't recognize that this man, it wouldn't have been a fight because if it wasn't for Errol Spence Jr. making the sacrifices that he made. You know, what Bud Crawford had made those same sacrifices. You know what I'm saying, giving up the A side to make the fight. You know what I'm saying? He let Bud leverage him right out of that goddamn fight. He said, School of Skills says Bud made 26 million before Turkey. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, from the Errol Spence Jr. fight. Come on now, y'all stop. Boy, y'all be tripping. He says Nebraska assassin, good point. He says, but Bud popularity grew after the Canelo fight. Plus, Boots got more promotion and more known than Jenna back and Laura. Yeah, nobody really talks about Jenna back or Laura. It's almost like they in an invisible um, division. You know what I'm saying? It's not a glamour division, right? Um, it's just not. It used to be. It used to be the middleweight division used to be, but they just don't keep any good talent there, right? It's just a pass through type of situation. And unless they get like a Marvin Hagler or, they get somebody dynamic up in there, because Laura's style is good now that he's sitting down on punches. And it kind of it's kind of gave him a little bit of longevity at 160. But eventually he got to go. Eventually Janabek got to go. So that's a wide open division for anybody who want to grow their name. If Boots, you know what I'm saying, do well at 54, he could definitely make a name at 160. So that's a wide open weight class. If Bud want to go down there and get it's ready made for him to come down and compete to become, undisputed again 4 times. So I see it happening. I can see it happen. He says Norman Jr. versus Devin Haney is a 50-50 fight. I don't think so. I don't think so. School of Skills. I think Devin got this. You man, y'all don't take into the account the experience, bro. Experience on the big stage is for real, for real. Y'all know that. All y'all boxing aficionados up in here. All y'all know that experience plays a big part. And Brian Norman is still a young boy, even though he's a very mature, composed young man. I'm very impressed by how he handles Devin when he's trying to hype up and stuff. I think Devin's trying to get into his head the best way he can, but he just totally ignores deaths, which could spell trouble because if this kid can meet the moment don't get too big for him and he can operate and saying he don't second guess himself. Oh my God, it's going to be a good ass fight. And Devin is going to have to really concentrate on his range in this fight because this kid got some nice hands, man. He got some nice hands. So Jay Smith, so he's talking to Jay. He said, 2 cents. We said this shit is hard to listen to. Yeah. Bernie that boxer. Yeah. Oh my God, man. That nigga get on my nerves, man. He's such a weasel, man. He's such a damn weasel. You know what I'm saying? But let's get back into it.
Talking about it, but I remember it was like I woke up and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I called him, and he was like, man, everything all right, bud? I said, I'm gonna beat him. I woke up out my sleep and I called Bernard and I said, I'm gonna beat him. He was like, I know you is. You know, I was like, we gonna fight and I'm gonna beat him. Watch. I said, watch. This is way before we even signed the contract to fight each other. I woke up out of my sleep. I said, I know one person gonna answer the phone, and that's Bernard. Let me call him. And I was just like, man, I'm gonna beat that.
You felt
watch.
it.
Yeah, I been felt it. You know, once I start locking in on him, that's why I said I'm hunting you. I want everything you got, and I'm gonna get it. You know what I mean? I already set my sights on him. So it wasn't nothing that he can do. If he would, the only thing that he could.
It's like he put a curse on the man. I mean, what the hell are we talking about? Voodoo? The hell we got going on? What's going on? What is he talking about? He's like, you lock in on your boy, it's a wrap. Well, you better get you a chicken foot and some goddamn cow blood or something, man, to break that shit. Bud locks in on you. It's a wrap. It is a wrap. So he might be able to beat David Benavidez if he lock in on him.
Do in that moment was not fighting and use I wouldn't get nothing out of win, lose, or draw out of fighting Terrence Crawford. That was the only thing he can do is not fighting.
I mean, that's what he started to say.
I understand, but I'm just saying that's the only thing that he could do. Because taking the fight was, you know what I mean, all in my favor from day one. I knew I was going to beat him because when I look at the styles and I look at the styles that gave him problems, the styles that he lost to, you know, I have all them and some. So the blueprint was already out how to beat Canelo Alvarez.
Now, that's a great observation by Terrence Crawford. And I'm pretty sure everybody in this chat, all the boxing aficionados who's been here over the years to watch Canelo, we already knew that Laura fight, the Austin Trout fight, the fights with Triple G, you know what I'm saying, the Bivol fight, you know what I'm saying, everybody who gave Canelo any troubles was really good boxers, you know, and he had to like depend on the judges to bail him out. He didn't want to fight the Charlos, Jamal Charlo. He didn't want to fight none of them guys, and we know why. Because those guys are good boxers. Those guys are at the same size, at that weight. You know what I'm saying? Those guys are good boxers. He didn't want to go through that, so he ran up to 168. You know what I'm saying? Which was a weak division at the time. It only had David Benavidez in it, and Caleb Plant. Nobody really thought Caleb Plant. He was a 6-round fighter. So he could go up there and work with some stuff, you know. All he had to do was create him a little bubble, you know what I'm saying, of power where, he was insulated from the world. And that's what he did. You know, he ran up there, he dropped the belts, which was that's a no-no in boxing. You know, dropping belts so you can escape, you know what I'm saying, real ass whooping. Because, the build up between him and Jamel was getting there, and he just said, the hell with this. I'm going up here to this empty weight class, you know what I'm saying? Nobody really knew who David Benavidez was at the time, except for us, you know what I'm saying, that listened to this shit every day, right? So, Crawford made the assessment. Most people knew that Canelo was just propaganda and he's a decent fighter, don't get me wrong, not to disrespect Canelo. Does he have skill? Has he gotten better? But we saw the Mayweather fight, you know what I'm saying? And we saw that he wasn't really a Chavez. We saw Chavez against Sweet Pea. I think it was Aaron Spears that said 9 times out of 10, when you get a really good Mexican versus a really great black fighter, 9 times out of 10, the black fighter's going to win. If you go back, just go back through history. You know what I'm saying? You see us getting cheated, you know what I'm saying, on the scorecards, you know what I'm saying? You see you know what I'm saying? Out of that, it should be 10 times out of 10 if you look at how we get cheated. Or I mean, Major Taylor in the last tenth of a second, they call the fight off for, you know what I'm saying? Even though Chavez hit him and stuff, he was standing up in the corner. You know what I'm saying? But he had already won. Midrick Taylor, they gave it to Chavez, right? You know what I'm saying? Even though he had he was destroyed, but they both destroyed each other. So, but they gave the fight to Chavez in the last tenth of a second. You know what I'm saying? So the only way Sweet Pea, they called it a draw, even though Sweet Pea beat Chavez piddle to post. You know, So, it should be 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. But saying I'm gonna give my Mexican brothers some credit because they go hard. They go hard.
Blueprint never been out how to beat Terrence
We
Crawford.
ain't seen that yet.
So I knew I had a good chance of winning.
And you fighting both ways though.
Mhm.
I feel like that wasn't talked about enough going into this fight. Like somebody that fights you, they got to prepare for two people. It's already enough trying to prepare for one style, right-handed, left-handed. But I got to have sparring partners, good ones, because you fight equally well from both sides. So that wasn't talked about enough. And I know you could tell some of the dudes he brought in camp that he was thinking about that, but that's a hard camp to prepare for. And you still don't know up until the first bell what stance you're going to be fighting in. And then they don't know if you're going to switch at any point in time. That's a lot to play on a person's mind, plus executing the game plan while punches coming at him. Turkey didn't want this fight. What was that conversation like with him when you went to him and said, this is the fight I want?
Because Turkey, he didn't want the fight at first because he was just like the size difference. Same thing like everybody else, size difference. He like, you can fight somebody else in a smaller weight class and it'll be, safer for you.
Yeah.
I don't think you should move up 2 weight classes and fight.
It's crazy on paper.
And I'm like, nah, that's what I want. I don't want nobody else. That's what I want. I said, who else is there to fight? Who? I said, Boots, that does nothing for my career. Virgil, that does nothing for my career.
And it didn't. And he's right. He's right. For all the people out there that says Crawford duck, and y'all know I'm not a Crawford lover. You know that. School of Skills definitely know that. But I said, when Boots came on the scene, he came in late. Crawford already been in the game. He's a veteran. He's already proven himself when he beat Spence. Even if he didn't beat Spence, Crawford is before him. Come for a time before him. So that gives you seniority. I don't think he had to fight Boots. I don't think Boots would hurt his legacy because he's already been in the game. We know his mentality. We know what he can do. And that means a lot. You know what I'm saying? Crawford passes the eye test. And, when he beat Spence, that kind of solidified all the questions that you had about him. So he didn't have to fight no damn Boots. I mean, what else do you have to prove when you beat the guy who unified the division, with 3 belts? You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to prove nothing else. That was enough to shut everybody up. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think he had to fight Boots because Boots came in later. Even though he's a phenom and I'm a Boots fan, don't get me wrong. I love me some Thunder God. That's the Black Thunder God of Philly. But Crawford, you can't make a veteran fight you. You know what I'm saying? This dude has already proven himself. Who are you? Who are you? You just coming up. You eating cheesesteak sandwiches, nigga. I'm eating filet mignon over here. Who are you? You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he ducked Boots. He just Boots ain't have shit to offer him. I don't even think Boots had the IBF at the time. He said they came up together. He says Bernie kept him in the boxing game and he wanted to leave. I'm pretty sure that happens to a lot of fighters, when they don't get the opportunities they think they deserve, but for some folks, a little tenacity, works out for them. Some it don't, he just was under a lucky star, you know. He says everybody got their highest payday fighting Bud, so it's not like Bud don't move the needle. Of course he does, Plus he's an entertaining, he's an entertaining writer, so that's gonna sell once people see it. It's just that Bud is a loner. You know what I'm saying? He don't, well, I ain't gonna say a loner. He don't like the public, he don't like to pander to the public. So that kind of hurt him being a introvert, a public introvert like that. He says, because all they all they want to is Johnson bounce Bud. They don't want to give nobody else credit. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely glazing Bud right now. He said, he says, Jay Smith, he says, stop telling the truth. They don't like that. And he said, these Bud fans are delusional. I just think they want their get back, for all the years everybody was saying this and that about Bud, they want to rub it, a little, what they call the Germans call it. I forgot what they call that shit, Sergeant Fragen or some shit like that, where you just kind of like, yeah, nigga. He says, the Nebraskan assassin said, I want Boots versus, I think that's coming. As a matter of fact, I was gonna say something about that they're in talks. From what I hear, it's been said, this is rumor, that they were supposed to fight their fights. These two, think Bud's fighting this Liam guy, this African guy, and Virgil's supposed to fight his fight with Eric Lubin, which I hope he comes out of in one piece. I kind of want Eric Lubin to win. You know what I'm saying? I'm always on cold over here. Um, I kind of want Eric Lubin to win because he done been through so much. Um, but if he ain't got it, he ain't got it because that's a damn good fight for him. But from what I'm understanding is both of them supposed to, because they were supposed to meet because when Virgil was with Robert Garcia, and Robert Garcia told everybody that they were going to wait to fight Boots in 4 years, and that was like back in 2021. Now it's 2025. They're supposed to be ready, and he left, but he left Robert Garcia in 2021, I believe, after Robert Garcia sat out one of his fights. I think what was that guy named Francisco something? Francisco Joshua Francisco, and he went and sat under in his corner instead of Virgil Ortiz corner for 2 fights. He did that shit, and Virgil Ortiz got pissed with him and left him. You know what I'm saying? Because for those 2 fights, you know what I'm saying, and that's when I think it's the night he got dropped by Aegis Kavalauskas. Aegis Kavalauskas. So he got dropped. You know what I'm saying? And Robert Garcia was somewhere else. So, he's got what's that new guy name? Rumbly. Let's see, what's this new guy name? He's got a new trainer. His daddy was training him for one of those fights. And what's this guy name? I can't even find it. Let's see. So this leads to Rumbly something. He was like the trainer of Manny Robles. He was the trainer of Andy Ruiz Jr. and Sergey Bokachuk and Oscar Valdez. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. He might need to go back to Robert Garcia, but um, but that's what happened. They're supposed to be fighting after Virgil fights Eric Lubin, and then after Duran Bucenis fights this guy Lima, they're supposed to fight next. So that's going to be pretty good, especially if Virgil end up getting him a belt or something. I think they're fighting for an interim title. I think this Lubin fights for WBC interim, I do believe, and so they're not. Once again, they're not going to be fighting for a championship belt. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be 2 good fighters in their prime going at it. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to be a super fight just for 2 guys in their prime, 2 guys on their way up, same time. That's going to be like one of them 1980s fights, when guys fought in their prime. When you saw the Hearns and the Sugar Ray Leonards fought, that's going to be one of the fights for boxing history right there. When Virgil and Jerron Bucenis meet, that's gonna be one of them ones, right? You know what I'm saying, that you could talk about and you remember and you could talk shit about. Yeah, I saw that fight. He said, ain't nobody got a record player off of Bud. He said, what do you oh y'all still argue. What's going on, V8 Money Group in the building? What's going on, bro? He said, I'm a Bud fan. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's a Bud fan now. Now that he whipped Canelo ass. Now, if Canelo would have went out there and would have put his ass some tacos, saying, stuff some tacos all down his ass and stuff, everybody would have been like, I knew Canelo was gonna beat him. I knew Canelo was gonna beat him. Everybody, I know you was a Bud fan though before that V8 group. I knew that. He says, I'm behind on the live pool. He says, but I hate when Bud said who walks out first. He said, don't matter because EJ gave a hard time about that. Yeah, it's all psychological. You know what I'm saying? They had a lot of tension, you know what I'm saying? A lot of acrimony going on with that, you know what I'm saying? So, it was all ego, you know what I'm saying? So every little thing was about, ego because, EJ was a bigger, name than Bud at the time. So, he wanted to show EJ that he controlled shit. And that's why EJ had to make concessions to get the fight. He says, and this goes to show you that you don't make concessions, bro. He says Bud has fought no prime fighters. He said, "What's up, 2 cents? What's up?" He says, he said VA Money Group. He said you can't be honest about Bud fans getting to cry. Say, hey, this is an emotional moment for them. You know what I'm saying? People are getting married because Bud beat Canelo. They're making babies, you know what I'm saying, to the fight going on in the background, and they making babies to Bud, winning against Canelo. He says, no 2 cents, you are delusional coward. Boots always turn down fights that are a threat, you know. He says 2 cent Bud isn't the only fighter that move like this. I said, y'all argue like a motherfucker up in the comments. You know, it's like y'all just getting it in. He says, Judah, yeah, power. Let me see. Let's get back into what you say. What you say, Doc Kent? Doc Kent, tell me something. Like him or not, Bernie is what Tony Ayo is to 50 Cent and has no price. Yeah. He's definitely a lawyer. He's definitely a lawyer. Because I couldn't brag on another nigga like that. Just telling you the truth. I just couldn't do it. He had to pay me less because I couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't do it. That's like that dude, Leonard Ellerby, how he used to be rubbing Floyd chest too long and shit. He'd be out like he just paying nothing attention to nothing but his chest to be rubbing the chest. I was like, God damn, boy. He said, I know because I was telling you what was gonna beat Clint Clan. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he got him. He beat him sound too. So there ain't nothing wrong with it. He says, the assassin isn't about fan base. He said if someone criticizes Bud, maybe there's merit to that criticism. Man, you talk about two zealots, man. Bud got the zealots on the side. You ain't gonna they ain't trying to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't say shit about Bud. You know what I'm saying? They don't even it makes sense or not. They don't want to hear that shit. What's going on, OGQ Israel? What's happening, bro? He said, what's your problem with Bud? Sound like some hatred. Of course, we're talking about Bud. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you talk about Bud or criticize him, it's hatred. It's hatred. He said, I got Boots beating Virgil. He said, I like Boots and Virgil. That's gonna be fight. That's gonna be fight of the year right there. That's gonna be fight of the year. He says Taylor got dropped with 12 seconds to go and stood up for 4 seconds and they called it. Yep, yep, yep. That shit didn't make no sense. He says VA Money Group, if you not ducking, sucking Crawford, you hate. Of course. You know what I'm saying? Of course. It's just emotional, emotional fans, They feel like they went through the same thing Crawford, went through. They feel like they got denied and all that shit. They feel like, it's a personal thing, We connect to fighters on a personal level. People say they don't, but they do. Cause we lived through these guys, you want to throw the same combinations. And when Mike Tyson, I remember getting my hair cut and back in the 90s, I got my hair cut like Tyson, what I'm saying? I didn't wear socks for a while, what I'm saying, in my shoes. You wish a motherfucker would come up on you so you could loom their ass. You know what I'm saying? Mike Tyson was, y'all don't remember how popular Tyson was. You know what I'm saying? He had niggas around here with short haircuts, hey, what's going on? What did you say? You know what I'm saying? Had people trying to act just like him. Same with the Bud fans. They probably be shadow boxing in the damn mirror. You know what I'm saying? Like throwing them combinations and working out extra hard, you know what I'm saying, in the gym, all cut up now. said the gyms are gonna be full of motherfuckers now. He says, VA Money Group. He said, what do you mean all you do? Oh, y'all still arguing. Y'all arguing over the damn interview? What's going on, JB Sports in the building? He says, the man, the myth, the legend. What's happening, my brother? He says, Boots went the IBF route instead of the WBO when he was ranked #1, both sanctioning bodies. I remember him switching over because he wanted to get that Spence fight because he didn't think he'd get that Boots fight. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, he didn't think he'd get that Crawford fight because Crawford was thinking about other shit. After Spence, he was thinking about doing other things. I think he was thinking about that Canelo fight at the time. He really wasn't paying Boots no mind. So I'm talking about the championship status. He really wasn't paying Boots. But Boots was a newcomer, y'all. You know what I'm saying? New on the scene. So Bud wasn't trying to give him no clout. He says, my bad arguing in your chat, but put these do this shit to me every chat. He said, I ain't being nice. There you go, too. There you go. You got to bare your teeth a couple of times, You're just going through it. Everybody got to go through the mill, to get their respect. So let them know. Let them know put your 2 cents in. All right, let's get back to the interview and see. Let's get back to it.
I said, look at Majimov. He was the #1 154-pounder in the division. I went up and fought him, and everybody, he fought this guy. Yes, he was the #1 champion, #1 guy in the division. That's why I fought. That was avoided by a lot of people.
Tricky style.
That's why I fought.
Yeah.
So he was just like, we can fight somebody else. I know that's what I want. And he's like, okay, that's who you want. Then that's who I'm gonna go for. That's how I'm gonna see, if we can get it done. So a lot of people looking at Canelo like, oh man, Turkey had to pay him all this crazy amount of money for him to fight Crawford and this and that. No, he got a 3-fight deal +1. Turkey did pay him a lot of money, you know what I mean? But in that option, he had to fight Terrence Crawford. So everything worked out, for the best.
Yeah. Can you talk about that though? Can you talk about your negotiations to make this fight? Like, I ain't saying numbers. I'm saying just the process.
So let me just break it for a second because he's talking about Majinov and why he chose Majinov. So, Majinov was considered, I remember the hype coming in behind Majinov and, Bud just wanted, because he thought that was a bigger fight than the Errol Spence Jr. fight. That's the problem I had was that he thought that was a bigger fight than EJ. You know what I'm saying? He kind of made reference to that was like the Chitlin circuit fight for the Negroes in the urban community. And, a lot of people took offense to that. But I just thought it was just another way to downplay Spence and whatever. But he moved forward and, to fight Majinov, is a tricky guy, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying he wasn't a bum, basically. I enjoyed that fight. A lot of people didn't enjoy that fight, but I thought Bud went in there and really, I saw how good he was, you know what I'm saying? How he really adapted to that tricky style and started breaking him down. I thought maybe if the fight was 15 rounds, I thought Bud would have knocked him out. I just think it took a while for Bud to figure him out. And I thought that was really interesting for me to see his mind work and what he was working with. So I thought Bud showed his brilliance in there, even though, he gave him a little bit of trouble. I thought that was it showed what caliber of fighter he was, because by the 9th round or the 10th round, Bud, started really digging into that body, and you could see the change in Majinov, his intensity. He couldn't keep it up. Started holding, falling all over, trying to drive Crawford back into the ropes. I said, okay, Crawford, he started going to that body, taking them body, putting that work in, and Majinov, he was done, man. He started going down. He was throwing, shots here and there, but Bud didn't even care about the defense no more. He was just concentrating on trying to get Majinov out of there. And that's when I said, damn, this dude good as motherfucker, man. Oh, he good. Because that style right there that dude had, that was that was a weird, European type style. I was like, wow. I said, Bud he just got what he could out of it. So he didn't get the KO, but it was definitely a good display of his skills and stuff. So, just keep it real. If you keep it boxing, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Man, he said you need loyal dudes on your side. He says, VA group, I don't care. My opinion is my opinion. He says, Nebraska's, y'all just going back and forth, going back and forth, going back and forth. He says, I bet none of y'all show up. You know what I'm saying? He said that, oh, he said, that's why Madronov threw 1,000 fans. He didn't want to get knocked out. Of course, shit. Why? Nobody don't want to get knocked out. He says, Boot's not about that life. He said, I don't mess with his hating. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back to see some more of this interview.
To like get it done when you was like, all right, my side is done. I negotiated my side.
It was tough. It was tough because I remember, they all brought me in and it was crazy. They was like, you by yourself.
Where was you at? What country was you at?
I think we was in,
that's when they had that big event.
It was for Shakur
was it London?
It was for Shakur fight. And I think we was in Saudi.
Okay.
So they brought me in there. Then we went to the little back room and we was there for like 9 hours.
Dang.
Going back and forth.
Dang.
They not budging, I'm not budging. I'm in that mug like this. I'm like.
By yourself?
By myself. And they like, and they calling Turkey. He's not. they talking in their language and texting and we going back and forth. And I'm like, man, I just want to talk to Turkey. They's like, you can't talk to Turkey because he's your friend.
So they trying to protect Turkey from the friendship.
Yes.
Because he gonna give in.
Yes. So they basically was like,
that's crazy.
Hey, we gotta get the deal done. You know what I mean? Like you can see Turkey when you get the deal done. And I'm like, oh, man, listen, y'all talk about ain't making sense.
Did you have a number though?
Yeah.
Or you kind of had a number like I want to be in this range,
yeah,
right?
I had a number and it was just like they like, man, listen, we gonna have to talk. so we all in that motherfucker for like, you know what I mean, 9 hours, dog.
9 hours, bro.
I'm telling you, I'm straight.
That's crazy.
They tired, sleepy, irritable. Like you could tell everybody frustrated. But it was one time, it was like at a moment where we just sitting in that mug like this.
Right.
Just trying to figure it out. Like, everybody just quiet. And I'm like,
I ain't budging.
Man, I feel like y'all trying to jump me because y'all keep bringing people in to try to negotiate. And I'm like, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we finally came to terms. And
did you get to terms that day or you got close that day?
Everything happened that day. There ain't nothing. No, it's you. Not your lawyer, not this guy. It's you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We talking to you, so you gonna have to figure it out. You know what I mean? And we can figure the contract stuff later. But far as, the number, this is gonna be a number that you figure out. So we going back and forth and we figuring it out, and then we came to a agreement. And I'm like, man, it wasn't an agreement that they wanted. It wasn't an agreement that I wanted. So it was kind of like in the middle. So it was just like, let's roll with it. Then once we, agreed to it, then everybody happy that we got this one locked up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
so, Bud, once again, he went in there, he played hardball. He do what Bud do. He's difficult, but it worked out for him. They really wanted this fight. So, Turkey, I mean, it depends on who you are, 2 cents. That's why they negotiate so hard. It depends on what kind of style you are. Of course, they give the guys who they think the boxing fans want to see, because Turkey's this is a hostile takeover. He's trying to give the fighters, he's trying to get the boxing fans, the American boxing fans, the fights that they want to see. And see, he knows if he do that and keep the excitement coming, then, it's a good chance what he's trying to do is going to work, right? he's gonna slip in this Dana White shit. You know what I'm saying? Because if his name is attached to it, it's gonna be this, oh, that's the dude that put together Canelo and Bud. That's the guy who put together Bivol and Beterbiev. That dude be putting on some crazy good ass fights. You know what I'm saying? That way TKO could get established. You know what I'm saying? It's all a plot. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna get lots of sugar and honey before you get the shit, right? So that's what's going on. They gave Bud, you know what I'm saying, some big money, you know what I'm saying, because you know, perhaps they thought maybe perhaps Canelo can go out there and get a good knockout. You know what I'm saying? They didn't expect for Bud to win this fight, y'all. They did not want Bud to win this. Um, but he won them over in the negotiations. I mean, I forgot what they said, $50 million. Shit, that's a hell of a deal. That's a hell of, and I don't know what he was asking for. He must be asking for a whole lot more. But that's a hell of a damn deal, $50 million. You know what I'm saying? Enough to fall back, you know. He says, and yeah, he said, because think about it, Bud ain't no educated lawyer. So the lawyers could do the lawyer things with the details and the clauses. I'm pretty sure you got good lawyers for that. But as far as just meeting the man and saying, okay, yeah, okay, you could get that money, them zeros, they add up. Yeah, you could do that. You know what I'm saying? That's what Bud is all about. Looking you in your eyes, say, okay, I want 50 million. I'm not moving off that number. No matter what you say, that's what I'm fighting for. And that's what he did. And that's what he does in these negotiations. Yeah, big business Bud. But see, he made himself a commodity, you know what I'm saying, when he beat Spence. Before that, he wasn't shit before that. He says Bud whipped 3 guys by himself. Huh? Oh, you talking about the negotiations. He says, I heard Bud got 50 to 100. Yeah, might have got more. Might have got more, and that's good. You know what I'm saying? See, the hood, he's anointed. The man is anointed by Satan or God. One shit, 50 million, or he got more. Shit, that dude is blessed. Maybe not. Maybe taking care of your temple, not drinking, not smoking. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that. And then he's prosperous with kids and stuff. So maybe he's blessed. He says, damn, he said they spent a workday negotiating. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So school of skills, let the experts tell it. He says, Bud got 5 to 10 million. Ain't no telling. Hey, it's all more money than we making. He says, I thought he was a bad businessman. Well, look like he done picked up a few tips somewhere. He says, Fool, that is not what Turkey is doing. He said, but we'll talk later. So you don't think he's trying to take over the markets? You know what I'm saying? I don't know exactly, because he's working with the PBC. He's working with Dana, right? He's behind TKO. They working together. I don't know. It kind of look like I mean, you could come up. I mean, you can come up. Oh yeah, unless you're probably working or something. But I put it out there in case you want to come up. Says School of Skills says Buddy got the other bread in the pension fund, in a pension fund. And he says, I think I've seen somewhere he owns like 11 houses in the hood and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's trying to buy up the whole hood or something like that. He says, I wonder if Bud trying to alley oop his relationship with the Turk to finance a match backing Shakur to negotiate a potential tank fight. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. He said, see, when you put money in a pension, you don't pay taxes on that. That's an investment. Yeah, it's like a IRA or something like that, 401. Because if you do, probably have to pay a big penalty. He says, Bud said he got 10 million in an interview. Could be. Like I said, the money don't really matter to me. I don't care if you got $10. You know what I'm saying? Tell you the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because none of us gonna be able to spend that shit. So we just got us a good damn fight.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
They say that's a sign of a good negotiation though.
Yeah.
When both sides leave not fully satisfied. Like, I really wanted this, but I'll take that. and they really wanted to do this, but we can agree to that. Did you talk to Turkey after?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Nothing. He just was telling me, why didn't you agree to the deal? I said, man, why I couldn't talk to you from the jump?
What did he say when you said that?
He just was like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm his favorite fighter. And, you know, he want to take the friendship out of business, like the heart. Like, basically, you know what I mean? I can't do business with you like I do with everybody else because, you know, we friends. So this is why I have a team, you know, to keep my emotions away from business. You know what I mean? I respect it. I'm
Checks
just
and
like,
balances,
man,
yeah.
I'm like, man, I respect all that. You know what I mean? Because, you know, it's been times that, you know, I done did the same. Like, hey, things like that, you know, when we friends, like, I'm going to give in to my brother.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm going to give my brother what he want if I got it. So, you know, when we doing real business, we gotta take that out of the equation, you know, and talk to the lawyers or something like that. Man, leave me out of it.
Man, bro, look how God worked though, bro. Like, yeah, like you battling, doing what you doing, and you've been making your money. You've been negotiating, doing your thing. And we're gonna talk about that because you put a number out there, bro, and people really think you made that number. And I ain't asking for you to say what number you made. I'm saying you got people out here, they just finally made this. I'm like, bro, this is y'all tripping. But look how God worked though, bro. You battling outside the ring, you dealing with the stuff that fighters got to deal with, especially when you stand on something. If you just a yes man and you're gonna do whatever the suit or your promoter tell you to do, you probably not gonna have no problem outside the ring. But if you somebody that stand on business, you got a vision for your life and your career, and you're gonna make sure it goes in that direction, you're gonna have some stuff that come up. But you get a dude way across the world, bro. And you his favorite fighter.
And he know everything about me.
He know everything about you, and his main goal is to get you the big fight.
Yes.
Bro, that's crazy to me.
What you think about that? So he had a fairy god. He had a fairy god parent. So Bud Crawford had a fairy god parent. You know, just like the prince, just like what was her name? Cinderella had a fairy godmother. Crawford had a fairy god prince that came to his aid. And this time he was probably crying in the closet, all fucked up. And he's like, please, I need to get that Canelo fight. And then he came in with that picnic. He came in with that goddamn picnic cloth on his head. Crawford, I am your fairy god. Of your fairy god father. And he hooked him up, everything. But Crawford has been truly blessed. If that was anybody else, they would have been screwed. Here, game 101. Set up a business, put the money in your business name into a pension, then loan money to yourself. Okay. Oh, we got some real businessmen up in here. School of skills. So take salary from the business, 200K, and pay taxes on that. Yeah, you never want that money sitting there all at one time. No, it is crazy. I don't know where he found that guy, or did that guy find him? I don't know how that worked, but he was damn lucky that because I remember when Bud went over there. It was during that Fury. Remember during the Fury fight with Deontay Wilder, and Bud was over there too. I said, "What the hell, Bud doing over there?" He was over there making the connection during that time. Because we were all looking at the little Doom buggies pictures on his Instagram. It's like, what is this fool up to? You know what I'm saying? And that's when he was doing all that. He said, it's called the Sugar Daddy pool. Oh my God. You think he did the whole Dubai thing? You know what I'm saying? He ain't do the Dubai thing, did he? He says, look around you. He says, everything is being consolidated. Yep. I said they was trying to centralize boxing, but that would cut the sanctioning bodies out unless they have to bow down to some kind of deal, because there's a lot of tradition come with them belts. and it's not going to be brought. It's got to be brought. It's not going to be. It's not going to be a low price. It to bring in the because it's a lot of history come with the IBF, the WBA, the WBO. I mean they. I would like to think that they would bring them in because it's got all the history of boxing in it. But if they're just going to create their own belts, that's going to kind of set them back a little bit while they could just kind of hit the ground running if they got the sanctioning bodies. So, but with the sanctioning bodies come a lot of bullshit too. He says, Poole, Kinahan and Turk have a connection. Of course. He probably was hiding out at his mansion during that whole Fury time when the world was looking for his ass. He says 9-hour negotiation might be it might be on some IG model. Hey, what's the P. Diddy handler? What's P. Diddy handler name was? I forgot. And it's like you just got to be careful if somebody come and just change your life like that. You say, what the hell going on? He said Kinahan still doing his thing. He said, but Turkey way past him. Yep, I agree with that. Nebraska says the nonsense. Why would folks with Middle Eastern money need Daniel, Daniel, you can't be lying unprovoked and unsolicited. Mm-mm. Oh boy. What's going on, White Lives Matter?
Yeah, what's going on, man? How's it going?
What's going on? What's happening? What you think
Yeah.
about all this?
What do I think about Terence Crawford and Turkey Al Sheikh?
Mm-hmm.
I think Terence Crawford and Turkey Al Sheikh have a good relationship, but I don't think there's favoritism or anything like that. I don't think
Mm-hmm.
because some Canelo fans are saying that the fight was fixed. It was fixed for Crawford to win, which I don't think so because the fight, if you look at the scorecards, only one judge got it correct and I did like 116, 112, which basically means Crawford won it by like 3 rounds. And the other judges had him winning by two rounds, which I think if you watch the fight, you can only really give Canelo max 3 rounds. So he lost that fight quite convincingly, and the judges tried to job him, you know. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't believe that there's any favoritism. I think Canelo fans are just upset and making excuses for Canelo.
Who did you pick before they fought? Who did you have winning?
Yeah, so I actually made a video on a secret group, and I said that I'm completely confident in Terence Crawford winning
Mm-hmm.
by a decision. But I also said there is a chance he could stop him, and that almost came true. In one of the rounds, multiple of the rounds, he was hurting Canelo, and he could have at least dropped him to his knees,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't. His coaches were telling him not to do it, so my prediction would have came true actually. So I did predict both a decision and a knockout.
Did you make any money on the fight?
Yeah, I did.
Hmm.
I, I
Eh,
I put a large amount of money on the fight.
Oh
I put
wow.
I put £15,000 on it, and people were calling me crazy. People calling me the N word because, as I said before, a lot of Canelo fans are racist. They don't want to see a dark skinned black person win. They might be fine if a light skinned black person win, but they don't want to see a dark black man win. I don't really care about color. I just care about making money. And I've always said, Crawford's gonna win. I said it's gonna be an easy fight, and they were like, "Oh, you're an idiot. You're autistic. You're a low IQ." Well, look what happened then. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you see what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah.
dude, some people don't know boxing. I don't listen to pundits. I look and I analyze the fight for months, and I said there is no way Canelo is gonna win. I said that. So
Yeah, I just knew I just never thought of Canelo as a special fighter. When I seen him fight guys that was on his level or like Triple G, Laura through the years, I never thought that he was, I saw with Floyd Mayweather. I just never thought he was special. So it didn't surprise me, say I chose, if you can look at my videos, I always chose Crawford to beat him too. I thought Crawford would probably beat him. So I thought maybe there might be a chance of Canelo, throwing something powerful that he don't see. Um, but I went with Crawford to win, for the outboxing unanimous decision. So I thought that, if you know boxing, pretty much Canelo can't deal with boxers like that, and he stays away from them. You saw what happened with Bivol. Um, so, it was pretty much easy, say unless Canelo could do something extraordinary, cut off the ring and trap Crawford, say, but Crawford got that good tie-up game. He's too smart,
Yeah,
basically.
and I when I saw Crawford at the weigh-in, and my prediction went from 90% to 100% because what I saw at the weigh-in, I can read people very well, and Terence Crawford weighed in at 167.5 pounds at roughly about 10% body fat. The last time he weighed in that condition was at I think it was super welterweight, and he was ripped at super welterweight, and now he's ripped at super middleweight, which means that he was lean, just as lean as Canelo, which means that there was not going to be much of a size difference in there. And I even said that Terence Crawford has bigger fists. His hands are bigger than Canelo Alvarez's hands. I don't know if anyone points that out. His hands are big, and he doesn't have small legs. He's not the small guy that people are making him out to be. The only thing that's small about him is his bone structure is not as thick as Canelo's, but his fists are bigger, and he's a little bit taller, and and because doesn't drink and he doesn't smoke, which most American fighters and fighters in general unfortunately do drink and do smoke. His biological age is less than Canelo's, and I pointed this out, and people thought I was crazy. I said Terence Crawford is the younger man, and that's why the punches didn't work. So people need to study boxing.
Yeah, and people get emotional, when you talk about Canelo. People that believe the propaganda all over the years, but real boxing aficionados knew what time it was. That's why he stayed away from David Benavidez. That's why he stayed away from certain fighters. So, if you saw that and you was in denial and you played the game where Canelo fights everybody, yeah, you're gonna be hurt because you believe the bubble and the propaganda that they put out there. But if you know Canelo, who he really is as a fighter and what level he on, he fought when you fight competition that's not on your level, you regress in your skills because you're not fighting the best, you're not staying sharp. So that's another reason why it was easy for Crawford to come in and do what he did because Canelo hasn't been fighting the best competition.
Yeah,
Iron
and
sharpens iron. Go ahead.
yeah, and Terence Crawford prepared better because Israel Madrimov, in my opinion, like people are gonna disagree with this. Israel Madrimov is like the same size as Canelo Alvarez. I don't care what anyone says. Israel Madrimov is not small, right? So
Hmm.
Israel Madrimov was faster than Canelo Alvarez. He moved his feet a lot and moved his head a lot, and that was good preparation for Terence Crawford. That style, Israel Madrimov, in my opinion, I think Canelo would beat Israel Madrimov, but there's elements of Israel Madrimov that Terence has: the footwork, the head movement, the defense, the ring generalship, the wrestling strength. Like his physical strength is, I think
Hmm.
he's a little bit stronger than Canelo Alvarez. I think Alvarez is bigger, but he's not as strong, in my opinion. He's more explosive. He generates power from putting a lot of. He's like Deontay Wilder. Like Deontay Wilder, he's not very very strong, but he puts everything into one punch. That's what Canelo does. That's what generates the power. But
Hmm.
that didn't work because if you look at Terence Crawford's stats of defense, and this is another thing which I found disgusting, the CompuBox stats tried to say that Canelo landed hundreds of punches, which he didn't. That
Didn't
was
even throw that many damn punches, right?
yeah, that right there is what you call racism. I don't care what anyone says. That is racism. That is ridiculous. The jabber stats showed that he only landed 70 punches. That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's Canelo though. I mean, come on now. I mean, you saw what the scores was with Mayweather. And Mayweather, I don't even think he won a round. You know what I'm saying? So you saw what the scores. They tried to take the fight from Mayweather, and he just always had this kind of power. I didn't even know who he was at the time. I was like, who the hell is this guy? I seen his fights. I didn't think he was special, and So, so he just became a star, and that's who they wanted to build up and, be the ambassador to boxing, instead of you saw what they did to Deontay Wilder, all the propaganda tearing him down, what I'm saying? Just it was sad to watch. But let's get
Terence
back into
Crawford, Terence Crawford is the opposite of Mayweather, if that makes sense. Like Mayweather is more defensively good than his offense, whereas Terence is more offensively good than his defense, but he still has decent enough defense. But they're the opposite of each other, if that makes sense. Like their style is the opposite. So if Floyd Mayweather was more of a attacking fighter, he would fight like Terence Crawford, if that makes sense. So
well, Canelo problem was he lacked creativity and he did the same thing over and over. And Crawford them team did an excellent job of figuring out how to block those shots, his favorite shots. And if you block those particular shots that he liked to throw, those hooks to the arms, the left hook, the right hook, uppercut, they realized, excuse me, y'all, excuse me for smacking. Um, if you saw Crawford catching those shots, and that was taking Canelo out. You know what I'm saying? Because he was being ineffective. And that was he frustrated Canelo. He didn't have any other. He didn't have a plan B, a plan C, and that really frustrated him out the game. And he started getting buckled once Crawford saw him slowing down. So he started going to the inside and buckling. I mean, I thought he was going to knock out Canelo one or two times there. Because he would look like he was teeter tottering on falling back, and his legs didn't look too good. And I think he stopped trying to come in like he was and everything, because he knew them counters were ugly, man. Them counters were coming. As soon as he threw something, man, Crawford was on him. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So let me get some more of this interview going, and you tell me what you think.
yeah.
Listen. Mhm.
When did you first meet him or get wind of him?
Man, I got wind of him, years ago. There was actually, somebody else in his position, that I was his favorite fighter, and he wanted to do business with me, but he wasn't on the level of Turkey. They like, man, he nothing. So when Turkey came into position, and I met Turkey, what I mean, it was just different. Like he wanted the best for me because he seen how, I was getting blackballed. He seen how the system was, doing me. He seen how, the promoters was having this agenda to assassinate my character. And, it wasn't just Top Rank, it was, other promoters like, oh, he don't sell. But when you look at every arena that I didn't fought in, I didn't packed it.
Vegas, MSG.
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop right there, goddamn. Now, see, this is where the rubber meets the road right here. I was with Crawford. He had me. Now, hopefully he's talking about Omaha. I know he got to be talking about Omaha. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I've watched all his fights. Now, you already know where I'm going. I'm just going by. I'm gonna let him have it. I'm gonna let him have that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let him have that. You know what I'm saying? Because he's the champion now. I'm gonna let him have that. But I ain't gonna,
It didn't matter where it was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Packed it, And so he just like, I dislike the promoters. Instead of them promoting you, they trying to tear you down, But I just wouldn't let them. I just, keep doing what I'm doing. And, I always said, long as I keep winning, that's all that matters. So when a lot of people say, oh, well, he was fighting Canelo for the money, I got money. I been had money. I could have been retired. I was fighting for legacy. Legacy was what I was fighting for because I knew beating Canelo was going to do something that never been done before, So my thing was this is an opportunity for not only for me to shut all these people up that says all these negative things about me, but to be a slap in the face for all these promoters and managers that, you know, says all these things and say that I can't do this and I can't do that.
Right. Look how God work. You stay down until you come up, man. He'll assign people to you to bless you and to get you where he wants you to go. And it's somebody that we never heard of. Dude just came on the scene and made you his priority, bro. So that's a blessing. And the thing about, like, he fighting Canelo or you fighting for a payday. Duh.
Right.
Who's fighting for free? No, I don't want just a payday. I want a career high payday.
Facts.
Then we gonna do the money thing, then we gonna do the legacy thing. Now, if I'm just trying to take it for the money and I really don't think I can beat you, that's a different situation. So people gotta understand, oh, you just want to do it for the money. Who's fighting for free?
Nobody.
Please tell me. Nobody. So I can't fight right until I get this fight right. Once I take care of that at the table, all right, let's go get ready now, get my body right. So I don't understand. So y'all need to stop saying, I know it's popular, payday. Yes, that's what you want when you fighting big name guys. I want that payday.
Look at him reading his notes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he's preaching right now. You know, Ward is about that cash. You know what I'm saying? And I don't blame him. You know what I'm saying? All of them should get as much money as they can, because after these fighters are done, man, their bodies are wrecked, and you gotta take care of yourself, man. Ain't no fans gonna shoot you no money. You know what I'm saying? Once you destroyed. Glenn McClellan. You know what I'm saying? He's messed up to this day. You know what I'm saying? And he's not in good shape. But you
Let
can't
me say
watch his
something.
fight. Go ahead.
Like, with boxing, and things like this, like boxing is a very spiritual sport. Like boxing, in my opinion, shows you who the creator is and who created the universe. Because in my opinion, obviously, I believe in reincarnation. I believe when you pass away, the soul chooses its parents, and the soul already knows what it wants to do. So there's souls that decide that they want to be a boxer, and then they choose the fittest parents. So that's why you see a lot of boxers coming through. So anyone can reincarnate and decide and pick fit parents and be a boxer. But what Terence Crawford has done, a lot of people have tried to do it. He's become a third weight world undisputed champion. And in my opinion, I predict he's going to go down to middleweight and fight Janabek and then fight Carlos Adamas and become a 4-weight undisputed champion. And that is not going to be replicated in the next 150 years. Like, once that's done, it's going to take 100 years for someone to replicate that. So this is to be alive right now, to witness this is an impressive feat. It's I don't think people understand how hard it is to be an undisputed champion in 3 weight classes. Now, if he does it in 4, that is crazy. For me, he will be like number 1, like in the top 5 list. In my opinion, he will be pound for pound number 1 for the next 150 years if he's able to
Well,
do that.
I think you're looking at it from the standpoint, and this is why I disagree with that. You're looking at it from the standpoint. See, he's not unifying the belts. That's where he's skipping. He's just good enough to beat the champion that unified the belts. See what I'm saying? That's that's where he's that's where he's kind of cutting history, because like Errol Spence Jr. He went and unified 3 belts, and then if you go get the 4th one, okay, that's something. But if you just beat the man that got 3 belts and you got the last one, then you go to a weight class and you do the same thing. Hell, I mean, as long as you're good enough to beat whoever, hell, you can get 6 undisputed in that way. But if you go and you fight everybody in those weight classes and grab them belts, that's different than just coming at the end and beating the guy. Now, I'm not saying that it's not impressive. I am impressed by what Crawford has done, but he did it the smart way. You know what I'm saying? He did it the smart way. It's
I
impressive what he did. But if he
I
goes and
agree with
fight,
you.
mm-hmm,
I agree with you, but like how I see it, is like to how like it's the different path to undisputed. The path that you're talking about, I would be honest, that's a bit more like harder and more impressive.
Well, that's how it's
Because
supposed to be done.
yeah, but in my opinion, undisputed is undisputed. You know what I mean? Like if you compare two,
No, undisputed ain't undisputed. You know, didn't you hear what I said? Now it's more than one path, but one way is more respected than the other. And I think the old school guys, that's the argument, you know what I'm saying, for the new school. The new school, they want to work smarter than harder. But in boxing, you know, you get the names on your resume. It's about who you fought. It's not about grabbing titles. It's about like, you know, when Sugar Ray Leonard fought Robert Duran and lost. You know, nobody cared about the loss. He fought him again, right? And got that belt. Then you move on to fight Tommy Hearns, right? It's about the name. It's about the name of the fighters, the quality of fighters that you fight. So if you just go in there and you just fight the champion, he got 3 belts. You know what I'm saying? You didn't go through the division. You know what I'm saying? You only fought that one guy because you was good enough to beat him. And then let's say you just go up 6 weight class. Manny Pacquiao went up 8 weight classes. Imagine if everybody was unified at the end when he'll be an 8 division undisputed champion. You can't do that.
but
You know
but
what I'm saying?
but in the super middleweight division, yeah, the
Yeah,
guy that's been beating everyone was Canelo. Canelo was literally holding the undisputed belts in every fight. Do you
right. You
understand?
see the
Like,
women, see the women's boxing and shit. Everybody got about 8 goddamn undisputed titles. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just, I'm
yeah,
just
in a
exaggerating.
way, I think because in my opinion, undisputed, like he's undisputed. You understand? Like, I think when you
Right.
beat someone and you become undisputed, in my opinion, that is a gigantic achievement because it's very rare to be an undisputed champion. But what he did is very impressive because he went up not only to fight a guy that, in my opinion, would beat most super middleweights, and it has, that argue the best super middleweight today, right? And also the face of the sport, literally the
Mhm.
face of the sport, the guy that's making the most money. So that fight, in my opinion, however people want to look at it, Canelo cherry picked Terence Crawford. Canelo, that fight was basically the story of that fight is how long is it going to take for Canelo to knock Terence Crawford out, and basically, Canelo dancing his way to a victory. Do you understand? That was a cherry pick, but the fact that he was able to beat Canelo and he's a cherry pick after being cherry picked. That is, and then also to become undisputed, to undisputed in super middleweight. Fair enough, he didn't fight anyone else, but he couldn't have because there was no other champions. You see what I mean? So he had no choice, but he's still undisputed in 3 weight classes. That is insane. That is
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, that is crazy. What's going on, Hustler Holmes, and that? Well, it all seemed to always go back down to 147. We done already went through there. You know what I'm saying? It always comes back to 147. It's like so didn't Duck Crawford. Come on, bro. It's like how many times we always end up back at 147, Hustler. This is he said PPC hit them from Bud though. Motherfuckers. Eric says, if Bud got 2 fights left, he said I would probably like to see him go 175, fight Bivol and whoever else he needs to fight to become undisputed rather than to cut any weight and go smaller at 38. Well, Bud is a natural 170, 180 pounder, and I think that surprised a lot of people. They say it's better for your enemies to underestimate you. You know what I'm saying? And he used that too very well. He says, why Boots need a tune up at 154? I don't know if he needs one, but it's probably smart because, he don't know if he is good as he really think he is. So, I mean, right now the 154 division got some damn talented fighters, right? All kind of different styles, all kind of different power. And I think Boots is just being cautious, or Eddie Hearn is being cautious. Probably got nothing to do with Boots. Probably got everything to do with the way Matchroom, is protecting their investment. Um, they looking for big things with Boots. Just like Virgil when he was at 147, they didn't want him to fight Boots. You know what I'm saying? When Bosey was calling out Virgil Ortiz, and with good reason. I mean, he went out there and got Falumaloon by Aegis Kavalaska. So,
I don't think Boots can go up and become undisputed.
well, we'll see. We'll find out. You know, if you don't believe in the Black Thor.
No, I do. But well, that's his nickname.
No, that's what I call him. That's his name over here. That's Black
Oh,
Thor right there. Let me see.
okay. I
Yeah,
think he's
he is.
good fighter, but I don't think he's like a Terence Crawford. I don't
You
know.
hmm Yeah, he's speechless. I just think he's taking baby steps, man. And I don't think this guy. I think if Boots had it, he probably would fight somebody. But I think um, his matchmakers over there at Matchroom, they just want to be careful because you don't want your star to go out there and get destroyed. Matching up with somebody that's a little bit too good for him, or he's mentally not ready. There's something going on. But I tell you one thing, goddamn Brian Norman Sr. is on his ass. Listen, yeah, it's cool. Well, really, I was going to talk about Devin. I was going to talk about Devin and Brian Norman Jr. next. If I could find him, I'm getting blind in my old. Well, let me don't say that. Do not say that. Yeah, I was going to talk about a little bit about Devin Haney and Brian. Devin really thinks that Brian Jr. ain't on this level, bro. And I think that's gonna hurt him in this fight. You know what I'm saying? Because he think he's so many levels above. Now, I do think Devin will win. I think Devin will win, but he don't think this guy. He thinks very little of Brian Norman Jr. You know what I'm saying? And a way to I think in this fight it's going to be on Devin to prove that he is that high level fighter. You know what I'm saying? That he's going to have to separate himself. But this is not the fight that's going to help him do that. The fight I believe that Devin needs is that Ryan Garcia fight, because that's where he lost all the respect. You know what I'm saying? Because Ryan came up in that bitch mad, disrespectful, and arrogant. He came through there like he was taking shit. No, he came in there like Devin was in prison and he was a newbie. You know what I'm saying? And he made that, you know what I'm saying? He came in on that kind of energy, and he got to fight Ryan, you know. And right now, Brian Norman Jr., they see weakness. They smell weakness. They think he's psychologically compromised, and they working on that shit. You know what I'm saying? They think they're gonna go in there and they're gonna handle Dev. And I just feel bad for Dev because he's kind of acting outside his character right now, and you can kind of see it all get to him, the pressure and the you know what I'm saying? Because this is his litmus test right here. He ain't gonna have any more chances after that because they're already talking about he's not a card. You know what I'm saying? He's a card filler, and they're already making all these different disrespectful remarks towards his career. He's not exciting. He's boring. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to have to put on a masterful performance against Brian Norman Jr. And Brian Norman Jr. is a young champion. He's got fast hands, y'all. I mean, the guy is not slow. The guy is good. Well, I think if Devin stay composed, I was listening to Mickey Bay. And Mickey Bay, he's the coolest guy to listen to in the interview because I don't know, he exudes confidence. He makes you believe. He makes you believe you can fly. I don't know why he didn't get Mickey Bay in his corner because Mickey Bay, he's that He's that confidence that you need. And he believes in Dev. He believes that Dev can beat Brian Norman Jr., you know. But them goddamn dads, boy, they be them goddamn dads be off the chain with it. I was like, God damn. You calling people a coward and there's all kind of stuff. I'm sorry, I'm eating this damn vitamin C. Well, just a cancer. I call B know I'm sleeping. Oh my God. Everybody think Brian Norman gonna walk up in here and knock out there. He's got that good short, good short left hook uppercut. That thing will put you out. But I don't think Devin is going to be in the area code. If you see how he's training, hold on, let me see if I can pull that up. See how this boy training? This boy looking like Jumping Jack Flash out there. I mean, he is training hard, y'all. I mean, I know you can't strengthen that chin, but I want y'all check this out. I know you can't strengthen that chin, but look, y'all got to look at this. Oh, what I just do? Oh yeah. Let me see. Dev is getting it in, yo. Let me see. Let me move that thing out the way. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I had forgot it the last time. And watch Dev. Dev is you ain't taking this guy lunch money right here. You ain't taking his lunch money. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. And Dev turning into a gorilla on y'all right before y'all eyes. All right. All right. You gonna no. You don't think that don't mean nothing? That don't mean nothing? So Dev, what's going on, John? He says Devin's going to fight how Bud fought Canelo. In my opinion, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Hopefully, you don't try nothing, crazy like Shakur did with Zapata. They're all taking easy fights, avoiding landmines. Mm. He says Devin about to box crazy. Yeah, it's another one I want y'all to see how he was jumping this hurdle. I'm talking about, man, he gonna be fast, bro. He said Brian is too dangerous. What's going on, Hustler Holmes? He says Brian is too dangerous. He says it's a damn if you do and damn if you don't situation. Say he beats if he beats being people are gonna say he wasn't anybody, but of he losses, he losses is over. But if he losses, but if he losses, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Hustler. This is his swan song. This is a very important fight for him to win. Because that loss to Ryan was devastating. Even though it was what it was, you know, It's still just you can't unsee that. You can't unsee it. You know. And it's like eventually people just thought that Devin was going to take a beating like that eventually anyway. So I'm just like, I was wondering if he was like, going to take this shit seriously, and he's got to, he's going to have to really enter the dragon. You know what I'm saying? He's got to get back his respect that he lost when he got beat up by Ryan Garcia. He's got to remember. You remember when Rocky got clocked by Clubber Lang, and he was scared, and he kept having all these nightmares, and he would wake up in cold sweats. You know what I'm saying? And just when he almost hit the ground, he'd pop up, and it's like, and what Apollo Creed was training him. He said, "What's wrong with you, man?" He said, "Man, you want to break me down, man? I'm scared." I was like, "Oh Lord, man, Devin got to go through all that shit. He's got to go through all that shit." And when he came back against Ramirez, you saw a little bit of post-traumatic stress syndrome going on. You saw a little bit of it. It was post-traumatic stress. You know, I mean, because Ryan, it's sad because he really wanted to hurt Dev. He could have ended Dev's career with that shit, and he leaned into that shit. You know what I'm saying? He says, but Devin got other issues. He don't seem like a mean dude. He don't, and for some reason, I just think you gotta be mean, bro. Don't come in here with the good nature. He's too affable, too friendly. And so don't get me wrong, I respect Devin, but Ryan was so disrespectful. He came in like an 800-pound gorilla. So he came in like an 800-pound gorilla, and he broke all the rules of civility. He came in like a gangster, and Devin, if you hear this broadcast, man, from an OG, man, you got to shed that Charlie Brown image, bro. That BS. You got to tap into that other side that you suppress so much. Everybody could see it. You know what I'm saying? You got to release that baboon. You know what I'm saying? Unleash the demonic Dev, from within, and get out there, man. You know what I'm saying? Get that rematch. You know what I'm saying? Get on demon time, and get mean. Focus, focus on that desire to get your respect back. Damn a title, damn money. Just go in there just to be, don't go in there trying to be a professional, go in there with your war hat on, go in there with your war shirts on, what I'm saying? Because you got to set the tone. He got to learn how to lead and set the tone. Because when he out there, he just don't look like it don't look like he's in control. It's just look like he acting out of character. And I mean, even if he has to be solemn and just be stoic, what I'm saying? If he can't do the other thing, just be stoic, just like, Hagler was with Sugar Ray Leonard. He couldn't talk shit. Well, he could talk shit with Leonard, but he just got to a point where he said, "I'm just gonna beat your ass," right? And that's what I want for Dev, go in there with the attitude, set the tone, and just like Roy Jones Jr. when he went in there and fought Montel Griffin, that kind of shit. He ain't going in there clowning. He just went in there. All you saw was sweat on his face, tuxedo, some kind of weird tuxedo get up, and he went in there and he hooked off on old boy. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I want to see Dev do. I want to see him come in there with an attitude, come in there with some heart. You know what I'm saying? Come in there with some intentionality. You know what I'm saying? He's got to be intentional. Don't go in there to box. Go in there to whip his ass. And that I think that'll help repair a lot of the damage that was done to him, but right now he just don't seem to have that kind of personality, and most times you don't have to tell boxers that. They just got it naturally, right? Eric Ross says this fight is the fight Devin needs, and to get that rematch. Yeah, he has to prove that he's not AB too. Well, I don't think he's nowhere near AB, because y'all been seeing AB out here in these streets getting drunk, getting kicked off for shows and stuff, man. It's like, bro, well, I mean, I thought AB was on his way back. He was working out, cut the weight, killed that little pot belly. He's just got issues. He need counseling or something, because I just don't understand. I don't understand. You know, he just get in his own way. You know, anytime he's trying to start getting a fight or two or something, he just gets in his own way. He says, "What's up, Two Cents?" Says, "Are you talking to Eric Carr?" Yeah, he ain't there. He ain't no AB. AB definitely hood. He's hood. You know, Devin is private school. You know what I'm saying? He's a caviar eater. He eat caviar with cheese and crackers. You can see it. You know, he want them fancy girls, you know. He want them fancy girls. He want them exoticas. They're like them exoticas. You know what I'm saying? He said, I don't see super chat button. Oh yeah, I gotta get some stuff off my portfolio. I couldn't back then. I couldn't part with them, but now I see I got some stuff I got to get rid of. Then I got to put it back through so I can get my super chat. But I do have a cash app right there, y'all. Y'all hit that cash. I don't never talk about my cash app. Y'all hit the cash app, my niggas. You know what I'm saying? I don't never talk about my cash app. Um, but yeah, yeah, I'm gonna get my modification back. Because I had to clear, I got to clear some videos, but I was so attached to them, I couldn't part with them. You know what I'm saying? But then I start seeing everybody else, that got demonetized, getting their monetization. How you say it? Damn, can't even say it. Getting their money back. So I said, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'm gonna get rid of those videos that got shit in it that I don't talk about. So, because I got stuff with music on it, you know what I'm saying? And it just kind of coasting and you know what I'm saying? It's got stuff in it. So I gotta go through all that. And it ain't that many, 'cause I've been clearing it, you know. I've been clearing it and stuff. He said, Pool, I was going to leave. You said something, but I don't see but oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just hit the cash app if y'all can, you know what I'm saying? Hit your boy up. Cash app. What's the hustler home in the building? Doc Ken says, as long as Dev not dancing with the stars and actually slipping and making Norman miss shot, I give Dev his credit. Yeah, I think Dev, I mean, what was another it was another one here I wanted y'all to see how he's training like crazy. I hope he don't overdo it. Let me see. No, I must have got rid of. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, he was doing pretty damn good. Let me see. Because Zab Judah is training this fool. I hope he don't go out there like Costa Zoo. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hope he teach him. Let's see, I'm trying to find it. Let me see. Yeah, I got one. Yeah, he got a lot of little training videos on here, y'all. Let's see. Devin getting it in. Devin is getting it in, y'all. Yeah. Let's see. Can y'all see that? Let me see. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. And look how bulky he is, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I ain't never see Dale that big, man. They're big, man. Look at you know, no homo. But look at he got the shoulder area. He look built up. Yep. He getting some size on him. I don't know why they put the shit sideways. But yeah, he looking like he coming along. but that wasn't the one I wanted y'all to see. I wanted y'all to see when he was jumping over that hurdle. Let's see. But with Zab Judah training him, Zab got some good technique, man. Zab is an excellent boxer. Let's see, what was that? Hurdles. Um, There we go. This is the one I wanted y'all to see. Let me see if y'all can see that. That's the one I wanted y'all to see. Let me see if I can blow that up for you. Man, this shit make my back hurt. Man, that boy gonna be, I'm gonna tell you, fight night, he gonna be moving. He is gonna be moving. I mean, that boy is going in. He working hard, y'all. Y'all see that? Oh, okay. So, yeah, they be doing weird stuff, Hustler. They be doing weird stuff here on YouTube. They change so damn much. When I came back, this whole setup was different. I mean, they got some stuff that's the same, but I ain't even recognize it when I took that time. Look at this guy, man. I'm tripping on that right there. That tells me right there his foot speed is gonna be phenomenal. His foot speed is going to be phenomenal. Yes, sir. Said Devin brother Sean will call out Ryan, brother Sean. That'll be nice. You know what I'm saying? Put your brother on. You know. He says, man, Devin have money. That he have real fighters up there. I believe it. Everybody getting into the promotional game now. You know, everybody's getting into the promotional game. Says Devin Haney, you know, yep, this is his D-Day, man. This could be the end of his career if he don't have a good showing. He go out there, he get knocked out. The jury is still out on him. You know, people haven't brought that he's this highly talented guy. Even when you won undisputed at 135, people look at it like it's bullshit. Even though he beat Lomachenko and George Kambosos, they don't give him no credit for that shit. You know, half the judgment is already out on Devin. Half the judgment is already out on him, and this man has done some great things. I just feel like he's actually the one who's climbing uphill. But he's moving on. I don't know why he keeps saying that he plays the villain. That's why I think he's a little cornball because he don't know what a villain is. He's like a damn Jehovah Witness. You know, like, yeah, I played the villain the last time. I say, bro, nobody was fooled by that shit. Nobody even get offended when you curse because you're so good. It's almost like you walk around with a halo on top of your head because you just look innocent. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I see him. He says but the Turk likes his heart, but the Turk don't like his fighting style. That's probably going to be another thing that hinder him in the future. Because the Turk don't want to buy, he don't want to buy that shit. But he's going to have more promotional companies that he can bargain with. Look like in the future. Which is crazy. That's crazy work. You know, coming from a man that wear a picnic table on his head. You know, to tell you that he likes your heart, but he don't like your style. Well, my nigga, you wear a picnic table on your head. So I don't know. I don't know. Some people just have no self-awareness, you know. And if you think about it, you think about this too. If Top Rank got the best matchmakers, this is something Dev said. If they got the best matchmakers, then they're okay with Brian Norman Jr. fighting you. So if you say they got the best matchmakers, why do you think they chose you, bro? So he need to chill out. You know what I'm saying? And like really pay attention. to what's going on, because that means Carl Moretti, which is a top rank, matchmaker. You know what I'm saying? That means he looked at Dev and said, "Yeah, man, we're gonna let our champion go ahead and fight him." And he just got an extension on his contract. So that means they're confident that this man could beat you. They see something, they smell weakness, they see weakness in you, and they think that you're right for the taking. So you're right. Carl Moretti, they looked at him and said, "Yeah, man, you can beat Dev." I would be offended, because Dev is a champion. He's a veteran champion. He fought Linares. Linares is a seasoned boy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not boy, but man. You know, you know. So, if they saw if they were confident that this young man, Brian Norman, he don't have much of a resume, but you know, because Dev was like acting like his resume was was some kind of big deal. I was like, no, bro, that ain't it. It's the caliber of guy you fighting. And he's not, if he's never lost, then that means he's coming in with a little extra bravado. You see how confident he is when Devin be, kind of pushing up on him or trying to press him. It looked like there's no pressure whatsoever. That's what happens when you fight somebody undefeated. You know. Yeah. So he just better be careful, man, because they got him fighting there for a reason. And maybe they think he's got a weak chin. Maybe they think he's not going to be able to take the pressure, or maybe he's still got psychological damage after the Ryan Garcia beating. I don't know, you know. But this man is going to reach the upper echelon of boxing if he beat you. He's going to come up off your name, Dev. So you're going to have to come in on your P's and Q's, I's dotted, T's crossed. Or you're going to end up going back to the bottom of the barrel. That's what's going to end up happening. Yeah, you'll be able to get some fights here and there, but you'll never be on the same level which you once were. You know. So it ain't about who you fought; it's about who you fight. And I think they'll get it, but I think it's going to be a tough fight. You know, I think it's going to be a tough fight. But I think Devin's going to pull it out. I think the odd. I don't know if the odds or the betting numbers change. I think Norman was at Dev was at a plus 120, and I think Norman was at a negative 125, something like that. If you're a betting man, I don't never bet on these fights, but if you're a betting man, what I'm saying, I don't know. I guess you put a little bit money on both. What's going on, Mike Rhythm in the building? What's going on, King Judas? What's happening? What's going on? The 300 coming up in here. He says, I could tell Poole by his training, his stamina not to gas out from moving his feet. Said we'll see it all pay off come fight night. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was looking at this shit. I was like, oh my God. He is really getting it, man. He really getting it. What's up, Mike? You know what I'm saying? School skills is sorry. Devin is a masterclass back with all the heart in the world. Yeah, that's what just give the man just give him his just give him his credit, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you want the link? Yeah, yeah. Give him his credit, man. Devin earned it. He went through the mill, but I don't want him being overconfident. That's all. Because this dude can knock him out. And he's moving up, going to a different weight class. He's got to respect that man. I ain't say bow down to him, but you gotta respect it. What you said. You said he fought. What he should have Boston too. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah. You said if Devin wins, he'll be okay. He'll be all right. Yeah, I think so too. I think Devin is just, you go through a phase, you know, you got to accept that defeat that you took, but then at the same time, you got to build yourself back up. And I think that's the phase we're looking at right now. That's what we're looking at right now. What's going on, King Judah? What's happening, bro?
Man, what's up, Paul?
Oh, nothing much. Nothing much. Just
Yeah, bro. I was in the chat. I was in a chat reading the chat, bro. Now the only thing, everybody opinion, like I said, bro, is everybody got their own opinion, and it's, you know, I ain't heard nothing yet really that's not validated. So I feel both sides. The people who think Devin gonna pull it off, and even for the people who think he gonna lose, I can understand why they think so. You know what I'm saying? So, but the only thing I don't like is the how people reaching for a reason to discredit Devin. Now, it's one thing if you say I don't like his style. I think he chinny. I think Brian Norman gonna catch him and knock him out. That's, to me, that's a logical boxing prediction. You know what I'm saying?
right.
I'm cool with it. But for the people, you got people, you just had somebody in your chat, and this the narrative that was going around on mostly tank channels, and this is where it comes from. They listen to these tank channels, and it's a narrative that's going around. They trying to discredit Devin, because you know Tank Davis a pussy. I'm just being real with you. He pussy, right? So to discredit Devin, because Devin is the opposite of that. What they don't, because you know what happened to Devin when he fought Ryan, they thought that would break him, because that would break Tank Davis, and as an extension that would break them, because usually you fans of people that you can relate to, right? That's usually how it go. You see something in somebody you can relate to, and that's what make you a fan. So a lot of these people, they have weak egos too, and they have weak heart. They don't have heart. They fragile. So what happened to Devin would break them, and it would break Tank. So the fact that Devin came back and chose to take on somebody is just as dangerous if Ryan is not, if not more, at a higher weight class, this is something that their brain couldn't compute, because they can't come out and say, damn, that nigga got hard. You know, they can't say that, Pool. So what they'll tell you is Devin only do this the narrative, Pool, because it was just in your chat. Devin only doing this because Turkey gave him a 3-fight deal. Turkey gonna make him fight hard fights, so he don't have no choice but to take it. He didn't take this fight because he got hard. He being forced to take it. First of all, just like I know, poor Devin been his own boss the whole time he been in boxing. Ain't nobody never made Devin take no fight. So what they don't want to admit is that throughout Devin's whole career, he been taking harder fights than Tank Davis because he wanted to. And right now is no different, because Devin Haney didn't have to fight Brian Norman Jr. Nobody can make Devin do nothing. Nothing. He his own promoter. Whatever fight he negotiate, he can get it. And then what people don't realize is, by Devin being his own boss and a promotional, and running a promotion, whatever fight he take, no matter what they offer him, he gonna make more than the average fighter, because he also the promoter. So money is not even the main motivator for Devin at this point. Devin is taking hard fights because that's who he is. But again, the narrative is Devin didn't want to fight Brian Norman. He's only fighting Brian Norman because he's being forced to. That's a lie. That's the lie that they're running with, because they don't want to say, man, this dude just got hard. But with that being said, Paul, what I'm happy to see, or what I'm hoping for, I'm hoping for Devin. I'm hoping that this work out the way he wanted to, because I think I understand what they're doing. People don't realize with one fight, Devin Haney can put himself right back where he was at before the debacle with Ryan. Now with 2 fights, because it seemed like the fight that's going to be made after that is Devin versus Ryan, keeping fingers crossed. That'll be the fight to make after that. What people don't realize is that fight is going to make more than the first fight did. Devin is going to probably make the most money he ever made if he fight Ryan in a rematch, right? On top of that, he would be vindicated. So let's walk it back. A win over Brian Norman Jr. will make Devin a 3-time 3-weight champion. He would be a champion again at 147. He would be the consensus best fighter at 147. That'll put him back where he was before he lost, or, before what happened with Ryan Garcia happened. He would still be undefeated because the record books say he's undefeated. On top of that, if he beats Ryan Garcia in a rematch, now he's vindicated from the only blemish on his record that he ever sustained. So right now, that will put Devin actually on top of the boxing world, because over him, after Terrence Crawford, because Terrence Crawford on his way out, Canelo on his way out, the next guy up is probably David Benavidez, right? But the good thing for Devin is you will never be big enough to fight David. So it's room for you to shine too, because nobody will never say, well, you got to fight David to prove who's who. And I feel like David Benavidez is the next one up. You know what I'm saying? But outside of that, who you got? Boots and Devin. To me, now Shakur coming up, right? But who's Shakur gonna fight his weight class that's gonna move the needle like Devin can? Because I think Devin is more big fights for Devin on the horizon than it is for Shakur, unless Shakur decide to move up and actually fight Devin. Because I think it's a lot of people Devin can fight to keep this trajectory going. Like I said, he got a Ryan Garcia rematch that he can take. Who else? Who else? Devin could, I don't want to see it, but Devin could possibly fight Boots. That's another major fight that he can make that Shakur can't make. Who else at 147 and possibly
Boots ain't at one. He went up to 154, so he's not coming back.
He showed did. He's
not back at He ain't.
But I still think at Devin weight it's more people that Devin can get to move a needle than Shakur can. You know, because at them weight classes, Tank Davis not gonna fight him unless now the only thing Shakur can do is something that I know he not gonna do. You can fight Abdullah Mason. That'll make you a lot of money, bro. Because even though people, Mason ain't did nothing, people know what they looking at. They know Mason the next one up. So, but I don't think Shakur gonna do that.
No, he need to fight. If he's gonna fight up at 140, if he beat Theo, probably gonna stay up at 140. I don't see. Maybe he'll try to keep both of them. I don't know. You know, because I don't really see him fighting Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis just moved up to 140. He's the #1 the WBO contender right now. So they kind of got T.O. blocked in up there. You know, if he somehow this fight don't go through, he's got to fight Keyshawn Davis. You know
who I think he'll fight though at 140, and I can see it playing out. That's right up his alley. This is the type of fighter he'll take. Somebody who decent, not great. That's right up Shakur alley. Bro, I ain't trying to shit on him, but that's right up his alley, bro. Richardson Hitchens.
Everybody's headed. He's the weakest link at 140.
Yeah,
come on.
I can see Shakur doing that. I can see this thing. Like I say, I'm not trying to shit on Shakur, but look at his resume. Come on, boy. He got Valdez. He got Herring.
Offered T.O. That was part of his 3-fight deal before he started, acting all stupid and saying with his racist rhetoric. They had a 3-fight deal, and Richardson Hitchison was going to be the first fight for T.O.
Yeah. I just don't think T.O. gonna take the everybody. Shakur and T.O. Bro, T.O. is gonna find a way out of that fight. T.O. is not about to step in the ring with Shakur Stevenson, bro. I don't know why people believe him.
You think I don't know that? Shit, I've been saying that shit. I said that nigga is not for the fight no damn black athletic dude that he gotta figure out.
Right, you talking about a top fighter that can also embarrass him. T.O. don't like to be embarrassed. You know he questioned himself.
But that's what I was saying. He's mentally weak. But they both kind of parry the same thing because Shakur likes to be the most athletic fighter in the ring, and T.O. also likes to be the most athletic fighter in the ring. So they both kind of get thrown back because of you saw what Shakur looked like against Edwin Santos, right? Santos, right? So that's an athletic guy. You know what I'm saying? So it made him look very awkward in the ring, with T.O. He really can't stand movers that well. You know what I'm saying? What was that guy named? Sandor Martin. Sandor Martin had him looking like a damn idiot up in the ring.
Right. And Jermaine Ortiz outboxed and they gave him that gift win.
Yeah. That was a damn. I was surprised. I thought he pulled it out. I thought Jermaine beat him. I was like, did I see a different fight? You know what I'm saying? And they allowed T.O. to walk off with that thing. I was like disappointed with Top Rank because they always capping like that. Protecting their cash cows. But then T.O. ain't even lawyer. He's calling himself a free agent. With the whole Top Rank extension. And him talk about that fight with he's supposed to have fought Jose Prezada, and he ended up fighting Sandor Martin and looking bad. So he used that to that formality to get up out the contract, and so they still discussing that shit. So it's like, come on, bro. It's like this dude is a scumbag, right? It's
right.
He not.
Yeah, he not, bro. Listen, that's why I hate one thing about me, bro. I hate talking about stuff that don't make sense, bro. Like, even when I'm doing boxing talk, I don't like when people talk to me about, oh man, did you see Shakur and T.O., bro? T.O. not about to fight no damn Shakur. But I would, since we brought his name up, bro, I want to see De Los Santos go to 140. Because you know he looked bad at that weigh-in when he was trying to fight Keyshawn. He damn near didn't make weight. You remember? He damn near, he looked like he was looking like a skeleton up there. He was drained. So that make me think you might not, you know what I'm saying? It might be time for you to move up. And I think that'd be a good move because I like De Los Santos. He athletic, he got a lot of power, and he know how to land that power. I think at 147, they got less people who gonna run from you. I think your power will translate, and I think he'll look good at 140.
Yeah, and he's gonna be a hard fight for anybody, unless
Right.
you just you're just a defensive savant. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be knocking out a lot of people. You know, he's just gonna be one of them tough fighters right there to get by. I think he'll beat like fighters like him will beat Matias because Matias is just too square when he fights. He's
Yeah.
too squared up. He's gonna get beat by T.O. He'll get beat by Shakur Stevenson because he's a brawler, right? That's what
Right.
he like to do. And he don't
Yeah, he
show
not
any
even a brawler
other.
that come behind a jab though. Like he not even a good brawler to me. I
Well, that's what
never been big on Matias.
That's why he lost. And now, don't get me wrong. I like that warrior shit too. Now, I like that saying shit too. Now, goddamn it, I like
Yeah.
it. But goddamn it, but that's that T.O. Trinidad. T.O. could box, but he had a lot of that saying shit in him. You know what I'm saying? Where he wanted to just go toe to toe. You know what I'm saying? I like that. It's the side of me like that.
Right.
He says Tank resume is aging just fine. He said Shakur never asked himself after the fight, do he still have it? Yeah, I heard that shit. I was like, this shit was pathetic. It's like, bro, what is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Let's be honest, T.O. and his so-called takeover failed. Yeah, I said that's why I said it's the damn overtaking. I'm like, bro, I mean, he just come off. I guess the thing that really the crux of it to get to me about T.O. He always coming off with this fake facade personality. And every time I see him, I just want to push his face in, because
Right.
he always come off like a used car salesman, like he better than everybody. And it's this fake arrogance. It only, some people got that like Ric Flair, they can pull it off. Certain people can pull off this assholism, what I'm saying, really well. But some people can't. They know you soft. They can look at you and tell that shit fake as hell. They can tell you go home and cry. They can tell you go home and wonder if everybody talking about you. That type shit. That's how he comes off. He comes off fake, man. Like he bigger than life, like he's Mr. Showbiz or something. Then when he wears the shades, I'd be like, this shit is corny, bro. This is some corny ass shit. I can't
Yeah, I'm
stand.
ready for boxing. I'm ready for boxing to right itself. A couple years ago, I saw this coming, bro. I saw it was gonna come to a point where boxing was gonna start to right itself, and I knew it was gonna be when Canelo was gone, Tank was gone, but the last one left who still got this kind of protection and this facade while they ducking fights, and they bro, that damn people don't realize that damages boxing, bro. When you able to avoid the best but still get praised, that is a cancer to boxing.
Yeah,
That is bad
I
for
mean,
boxing.
because you're taking away from what boxing really is. You're
Right.
taking you're pretending. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's going with the fake stuff, and that's what Canelo did for many, many years. I mean, like, that
Right.
shit used to burn me up. I got rants on my videos where I hate Canelo. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the hell is this guy doing? I mean, every time he
Right.
dropped
So
the belt, every time he
I'm
left for the damn division, you know?
I'm hoping that one of these younger guys, bro, I'm hoping that T.O. run into his Lamont Roach, where he fuck around and take a fight with somebody because he think they can't beat him. And when they turn out, well, I mean, we don't even know because we saw that already. He tried that with Jermaine Ortiz, got beat by Jermaine Ortiz and got gifted a decision.
Well,
So,
we saw that with George Kambosos.
right.
I
I
mean,
mean, I'm
everybody
ready.
done
I'm ready
forgot
for him.
about
He the
that.
last one. He the last one, Paul. Because like I say, Canelo ain't got long, bro. Or at the very least, Canelo been humbled by Bud so much, and over the years, the losses he have taken, that people know he not what they said he was. That's kind of obvious now. And again, one thing I always say about Canelo now that his career coming to an end, because I acknowledge that Canelo, he was propped up, right? But what I can always respect Canelo, because I had an argument with Tank fans on there. They talking about Canelo is the most overhyped fighter. I said no, he not. I said Tank Davis is, because when you look at Canelo did step in the ring with some real fighters. He did that. I can't take that from Canelo. Even though he didn't always do it, I can always go back and say that Canelo did step in the ring with some real hitters. He stepped in the ring with Floyd. He stepped in the ring with Golovkin. He stepped in the ring with Terrence Crawford. I cannot take that from him.
Oh yeah, speaking of Golovkin, he's talking about coming back, right?
Golovkin looked old. Golovkin looked old 3 years ago. He need to stay. He need to sit down, bro.
Man,
he was already old 3 years ago.
He smelled that Arabian money, bro. He want that goddamn genie in the lamp money.
Who he gonna fight?
He talking about fighting Crawford. What you talking about?
Nah.
That nigga talking about fighting Crawford, man. That's who he want. He want to see.
Do you remember? You remember Golovkin last fight? Can you remember it? Like, do you actually remember it?
Yeah, he fought some Japanese dude
and looked old.
Yeah, Rayota or something. That dude was putting hands on Triple G ass too. That dude was putting hands and feet on his ass too. But
yeah, bro, he need to stay where he at, bro. But what I was saying about the Tank Davis comparison, that's why I say with Canelo, Canelo, even if Canelo stick around for a little while and he still get his little praise, I'm not so mad at Canelo, because again, I give Canelo credit for who he did fight. But see, people like Tank, T.O., they gotta go. I need boxing is about to start writing itself.
Hold on. Mexican fans fickle. It's a lot of people just like goddamn Canelo. Yeah. You must be in a bottle. You must be in a bubble. There's a lot of Mexicans. It's a lot of your champions don't like Canelo because of how he fought. There's a lot of Juan Marquez. What's his name? Barrera. Eric Morales.
Chavez. I don't think Chavez like him either.
They don't. Yeah, Chavez. They don't fuck with Canelo. No, come on now. We know this stuff. Stop. We know this stuff. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? I'm in Texas right now, and they gotta go out there right now and do a damn survey. Yes, sir. Yeah, they don't mess with Canelo like that. Canelo is kind of like a pretty boy type of situation. He ain't no Salvador. What's his last name? He's not
Sanchez.
Sanchez. Salvador Sanchez. He ain't no Salvador Sanchez, bro. No, stop. He says Mexican fans don't think Canelo is Mexican enough, and I'm not. Oh, okay. Yeah, that red hair. You get the milkman slipped in. You know what I'm saying? They don't like that shit. He says Dev also could potentially score a fight with Manny at 147. He said if they both successful, but they're gonna hate Devin even more if he beat Manny Pacquiao ass.
Oh, they gonna hate him. He gonna get death threats. He He fuck around and whoop Manny.
Oh, he gonna whip him. It's just that that ain't the one. That ain't the fight you want. You know what I'm saying? They already don't like you, boy. Man, that's why Mario Barrios had to take his. Mario could have did a whole lot more than that. He pulled his punches, man. I was like,
you know what would be a genius move if Devin pulled it off, bro. Now, mind you, when I say this name, I haven't analyzed yet if Devin can beat him. I have to see Devin versus Brian Norman. But what would be a genius move to put him up there? If he do what I told y'all to do, like if he beat Brian, then beat Ryan, right? But he don't stay at 147. If he move up to 154 and beat Virgil Ortiz, that'll put him right. That'll put Devin. He'll be, that'll put him at all-time great. Not because Virgil's the all-time great, it's because they hold Virgil at such a high standard, right? But I don't think Virgil that good. But moving up to another weight class and possibly becoming a champion there by beating a Virgil, that's a genius. That'll be a genius move, bro. A genius plan.
Yeah, I like Virgil, But you talking about Dev fighting him?
Man, I'm talking about Devin going to 147 and fighting Virgil Ortiz.
Virgil is at 154. He's at 154 now.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about after Devin fight Brian Norman at 147. Because really, like I said, I have to see Devin weight cut, right? Let's say this. This is what I'm waiting to see. That's why I say I got to see him against Brian Norman. Let's say Devin go in this fight, because there's two things I'm looking for. Let's say Devin go into the weigh-in for the Brian Norman fight, and he look drained again. That'll tell us that Devin really not supposed to be at 147 either, that he could go to 147. On top of that, if he beat Brian Norman convincingly, I'm going to feel like Devin can make the weight at 154 convincingly, and I at least know now that that him beating Virgil Ortiz is not completely out of the question.
I think you're going too far.
Bro, I think Virgil too flat-footed. I think Virgil too flat-footed to beat Devin, bro.
Yeah, that movement does give him trouble, but I don't know. That boy's strong as hell, man.
Oh, I know. That's why I say I gotta see my prediction. Like what I'm saying, I gotta see the Brian Norman fight. Gonna tell me if that's the move to make. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're right about that. Because if he can't handle Brian Powell, he definitely ain't gonna be able to fuck with Virgil Ortiz. But you know what? It's gonna be very interesting to watch Devin grow to see how he figures it out. And I think Brian Norman Jr. is the perfect, because you see how fast that kid hands was. When he was up against the rope against Brian Norman Jr. Did you see?
Did I see how fast Brian Norman Jr. hands was?
Yeah. I like when he knocked out
Sasaki.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, Brian Norman, he explosive, right? So this my breakdown of Brian Norman, because I hear people say that, oh, he got fast hands. I don't think his hands that fast, but what I would say is that he is fast overall. Like, he is explosive, meaning he can go from point A to point B fast, his whole body. I think he's explosive. You see what I'm saying? I don't think it's necessarily just his feet or just his hands, but I think him moving, because you ever notice, bro, he's all his best work is lunging. Remember how Joe Frazier? You remember Joe Frazier's best punches happened when he timed you and lunged in. You see what I'm saying? But he did it. Most people can't lunge because they're not fast enough. They'll get picked off coming in. But when you explosive, bro, you can time it and lunge in and close a lot of distance. That's what Brian Norman Jr. do. His best work is when he can time you and he can lunge at a speed that most people can't, and it catch you off guard. That's what he did great timing. Yeah. But so what I'm saying about that is I don't necessarily see just explosive hand movement. I seen explosiveness, period. He just explosive, period.
What's going on, D?
Hey, what up, Paul? It's my first time on here, but I've been showing love.
Man, wait a minute. You done been on here before. What are you talking about?
Well, not on the panel, but I'll be in the comments. Nah, but I just don't like how people keep overlooking Brian, and they think like he's just this one-way aggressive fighter, but some people don't notice some of the skill sets he actually has. The guy has an amazing feint game, which is gonna throw off Devin's timing. Now, when it comes to boxing, Devin has to time you with his jab. One thing Devin's gonna realize real quick, with all the head feints, jab feints, and all the foot feints Brian gives him, he's not gonna have the opportunity to be able to time a jab. What Brian Norman has is great timing as well, which defeats speed. I will give the speed edge to Devin, but like I said, with his timing and his ability to feint in multiple ways, it's just going to put Devin on the back foot, and it's going to have him going back to the Ramirez game plan. But now, that's Devin's best way to last the whole 12 rounds. But even if he lasts the whole 12 rounds, I still can't convincingly give the fight to Devin, because what Brian's going to do is Brian is not shy when it comes to engaging the same way Jose was. Brian is able to cut off the ring. He has educated feet to cut off the ring, which is why I'm just like mind blown why people keep saying he has slow feet. Like I don't see what people are seeing. That's when I know people don't watch film. They don't watch film. The dude can cut off the ring, and people don't even realize that. Like if you literally watch the fight where what's his name, Boha Chica and what's the other guy? Randall. If you watch those two fights, there was never a point in time when they weren't right in front of Brian. Brian will engage. He will engage. And that's why I feel like if Devin stands there and tries to box him, it will be a quick night. It's going to be a quick night because Brian is going to time him and he's going to hurt him and then take him out. The best way for Devin to last the whole 12 rounds is to revert back to the Ramirez game plan. But like I said, the ring is going to get cut off, and then Devin is going to go through the whole grappling. He has no inside game. That's when Brian is going to grind him down. Bill and Devin, they both got heart. They're not going to throw in a towel, and Devin is not going to quit. I will give him that. What I want to see is the past years, yes, Devin has been a weight bully. I will say that. So now, what Judah's been saying, when he comes in, that's what I'm waiting to see too. Is if Devin comes into that weight, that weigh-in, looking fully hydrated, looking ripped, looking like he's ready, and then on top of that, he has to be able to carry that weight throughout that whole 12 rounds. If he's able to carry that weight and manage Brian's aggression and strength, then yeah, he has a possibility to pull it off. But seeing that Brian is the champion and he has to take it from him, he got to take it from Brian. And I know Brian is going to grind him down. That's why I'm saying Devin within his training camp, he has to learn some form of an inside game. He has to, because a lot of this fight is going to be on the inside with a whole lot of grappling, and Brian is going to grind him down. And if Devin doesn't have any inside game to be able to control him, no frames, no posts, nothing of that sort, no pinning, any of that to stop Brian, I'm telling you, he's just going to get beat up for the whole 12 rounds. That's why I'm saying, I understand what people are saying. Oh, he can box him a whole. No, it's not going to happen. He's eventually going to get timed. And Devin is not going to feel comfortable throwing his jab when Brian is hitting him with foot feints, head feints, jab feints. He's coming in multiple ways, a 1-2 or 2-1 or 1-2-1. Brian has multiple ways to get on the inside. Devin is always going to back. He's always going to step back. He's always going to step back. And then once he feels the rope, he's going to start lateral movement. Brian can follow you up when you step. He can follow through with you. He's not no old, small fighter with short arms. He's not. This is a young, fast foot, aggressive fighter. I keep telling y'all got to watch the Bohachik. Y'all got to watch the Randall. These are people who had better measurements than Devin did. They have longer reach and they're taller than Devin. Brian is the same height as Devin with a 1-inch reach over Devin. He's not going to have those advantages that he used to. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Y'all going to be surprised come fight, and then y'all going to be like, damn, get out of there, Devin. Get out of there, Devin. Get out. Move, Devin. Move. Y'all going to keep yelling that. I'm telling y'all going to be yelling at the whole fight. It's the same as Bill. Get out of there, Devin. Get out of there. Move, Devin.
One thing you kind of missing though, bro, is that I hear what you're saying. That's why I say, bro, anybody who think that Brian Norman gonna win, I don't think that they crazy for saying it. But your breakdown was kind of off, bro, because you said that Brian Norman Jr. can cut the ring off. The first thing that stands out about his career is that outside of Randall, he has never had a fight with somebody that he had to cut the ring off. He has always fought people just like him. He has fought people just. Hey, I'll let you go. Just let me get it off. You can correct me when I'm done. So he never had that kind of fight. When you look at Randall also was probably the best example of a boxer who wants to stay on the outside and make you work to get on the inside would be Randall, that he had a fight with, and he struggled. That was his worst fight ever. Everybody criticizes him in that fight. You're the only person in the world who seemed to think he looked good in that fight. Everybody else agrees that he did not look good in that fight because he couldn't cut the ring off. Brian Norman Jr., when he was faced with the task of fighting somebody who didn't want to stand in front of him just like he does, and he had to find his way in, he followed Randall around the ring, and he was made to look silly. Everybody agrees that was his worst fight.
Judah, did he or did he not grind down Randall?
bro. But you're not letting me finish because you cut me off. Because you said that Randall was taller than Devin. This is true. He is rangier than Devin. This is true. So if you look at it, he tries to be an outside fighter just like Devin. But if you look at him fighting from the outside, the struggles that Brian Norman Jr. had on following him around the ring, because he wasn't cutting the ring off against Randall, he was following him.
No, he cut the ring off.
Devin Haney is 10 times the pure boxer as Randall is. So whatever struggles he had, whatever made him look silly against Randall is going to be worse against Devin Haney.
What y'all know that channel called Boxing Gems?
Yeah, bro. I'm not talking about. I watch boxing. I'm not talking about boxing. What I'm telling you is, Brian Norman Jr.'s worst performance was against Randall.
Then he grind him down, a unanimous decision.
You're not. You overlooking the fact. You overlook. No, he did not. No, he did not. He followed him around the ring, and he was looking silly.
He wasn't
Everybody
following
who breaks
him.
down that
He
fight.
wasn't
You're the
following
only
him.
person in the world who breaks down
He
that fight
wasn't
and says
following
that he
him.
did a good job and was
He
successful against Randall. To everybody else,
didn't say
that was
he
his
did
worst
a good
fight
job.
ever. That was the
I
worst
didn't
fight of
say
his
he did a
career.
good job. Okay. Answer me this. You saw the fight with Randall. It looked ugly. That's what I'm saying. He's gonna grind him out, and it's gonna be an ugly fight. That's what I mean by
uglier. If it looked ugly with a worse boxer, if it looked ugly with a worse boxer, how do you think it's gonna look against somebody who's actually a better boxer?
It looked ugly on the inside because Randall had no inside game.
Ugly the whole fight.
Same as Devin.
He ate punches.
Does Devin have an inside game?
He ate three just to give one all night. He ate three just to give one all night. He ate 3 punches just to give 1 punch all night. Against Devin, that 3 punches would turn into 5.
No. When have you seen Devin combination punch?
It's not about combinations.
When have you seen
it's not about combinations. It's about how many punches I'll land before you can put me in a position to land on me.
Well, no. Say that again.
It's not about combination. When I say multiple, that's why when I talk to people, your boxing knowledge stands out to me, because you think when I say I can land 5 on you, that there has to be a combination. What I'm telling you, when you add movement, position, and angles, it's about how many punches I can land on you before you put me in a position before you can land on me.
So how many punches did Devin land when he was moving on Ramirez?
That's a whole different fight, but that's a totally different fight.
That's a whole different fight now. That's a whole different fight against a fighter who wasn't aggressive.
Like 70?
That's a whole different fight against a fighter who wasn't assertive, who didn't come to punch. But now you find
it was a whole different fight. It was a whole different fight because of the game plan. It was a whole different fight because of the game plan. It's because Devin never came in the ring to fight Ramirez to make a statement. He was surviving because at that point he thought he was going to fight Ryan Garcia. The Ramirez fight was all about get a wind under my belt, make sure I get to Ryan Garcia. Devin didn't come to put on the show, and he was coming off a year layoff. None of those factors would matter when he fight Brian Norman, because he don't plan to fight Ryan. Whether he lose to Brian Norman or not, he will fight Ryan according to what they're talking about. And also, he's not coming off a year layoff. He's also not coming off a year layoff.
Not his last fight with Turkey gonna be Ryan. I agree with that. Once he loses to Brian, his third fight gonna be Ryan. I agree with that. But what I'm
telling you is the fact that, bro, you listening to answer. You're not listening to understand, because what you just used Ramirez, and I just told you 2 ways why that's different than the Devin Haney that Brian Norman gonna see.
Okay, then what Devin Haney is Brian gonna see? Is it the one against Regis?
That's the only one that can beat him. Honestly, I say that's my prediction. The only Devin that can beat Ryan, he gonna have to be the same Devin that fought Regis. He definitely can't be the one that fought Ryan. If he try to be the one that fought Loma, that's not gonna work, because you stood with Loma more than you're gonna be able to stand with Brian Norman. So the only Devin I've seen that can beat Regis would be beat Brian Norman would be the Devin against Regis, or the Devin against Abdulayev, or Jojo Diaz. That type of Devin gonna have to show up.
So you know what all 3 of those fighters don't have in common with Brian?
Yeah, what?
They can't foot feint. They can't head feint. They can't jab feint.
Foot feint and head feint. Regis does all of
it. To who? Say that again.
Well, I didn't say Regis. So yeah, you're right. I didn't use Regis.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. I understand those fights that Devin had with those fighters. He looked immaculate. But what I'm saying is those fighters lack a lot that Brian don't. They lack the reach and the size. They lack the foot speed. They lack the knowledge to cut off the ring. And on top of that, they didn't have a head feint game. They didn't have a foot feint game. And they didn't have a jab feint game, which is all going to disrupt Devin's timing.
Regis has all of that. He wasn't able to disrupt Devin. Regis has all that: the foot feint, the head feint, and the jab feint.
Don't have foot
and Regis does it more. And Regis does it more. Regis feints more. Yes, he does. Regis feints more than Brian Norman. Regis' whole pattern, Regis' whole boxing style, Regis' whole boxing style is to feint. What's to feint?
No, he has level feint.
No, now you're moving the goalpost.
No, you're right.
Now you're moving the goalpost. Now you're moving the goalpost. Now you're moving the goalpost. Now you're saying he was at the end of his career. That wasn't our argument. Our argument was whether or not he feints. Regis.
I never said he was at the. I never said that. I never said he was at the end of his career. What I said is he tripled and doubled. Huh?
Mm-hmm. I say he's definitely at the end of his career now.
Yeah. No. But he was at his best when he fought Devin. I'll give him that. But what I'm saying is Regis didn't have the foot speed. He always Regis always has to double and triple jab to get his way in.
Brian Norman also don't have foot speed. That was the first thing I said. Brian Norman don't have foot speed. I think he's explosive. He's explosive from point A to point B, but that's usually in a lunging motion. As far as foot speed and working his way around the ring, he is not fast. Because like I said, the only fight where he actually had to cut the ring off and prove he had fast feet, he followed round and got punched on all night.
See, and that's why I say you're mistaken. He actually cut the ring off.
That's not just my breakdown. That's anybody who's ever broken that fight down agrees that he followed around, and that was his worst performance. Poor counter. Let me ask you a question, because I don't know if you've seen that fight yet. But I'm just hypothetically speaking, if you've never seen Brian Norman versus Quentin Randall, but I tell you, but you have seen Brian Norman fight before, right? You know his style. You know what he brings to the table. Let's say you don't know nothing about Randall, but I tell you, Randall is tall, rangy, and he likes to fight from the outside. Randall don't even have real educated feet, but he is good fighting from the outside because he's tall and he uses his height. If I tell you that fight was Brian Norman's worst performance ever, and he got punched on trying to close the distance all night, would you say? Would you gather? Would your analysis be that Brian Norman Jr. is great at cutting the ring off?
No.
Exactly.
No.
Hey, Paul, I'm gonna say is wait for that Boxing Gym video to drop. Just wait. When Real Boxing Analysis posts a video to show you how he knows how to cut off the ring. You keep saying he followed it. When that video dropped to show you how he was using right foot first.
Listen, let me tell you something, bro. That what you just said, what you saying, that don't validate nothing, bro. I'm not taking nothing from Boxing Gym, but I don't put nobody boxing mind over my own. My thing is too, you would have done better saying that was your analysis. You can't tell me what another man said and you think that's gonna change my mind.
The reason why I said that is because there's no way for me to show you. They actually show you with video evidence.
Right.
I keep telling you he was cutting the ring off. You're gonna tell me no. So I'm saying, okay, if you don't believe me and you're going with your own knowledge, when it shows you how he's using educational footwork to cut the ring off, when he's using right foot first, whenever someone moves laterally right.
A 12-round fight. So you think in a 12-round fight, if somebody can compile, if that's your angle, what I'm trying to tell you about how many angles it is to every argument, right? If that's what you're saying, that Boxing Gym's gonna be able to show me in a 12-round fight moments that Brian Norman Jr. cut the ring off, bro, I would be a fool to say that it was never a moment he did it. What I'm trying to tell you is that if I wanted to, I can make a video that has equal or even more moments where he failed to cut the ring off. So what does it prove at the end of the day?
You can't. Because if he has him against the rope and he's grinding him,
cut the ring off if that was his worst fight ever. He was failing to cut the ring off if that was his worst performance.
For a majority of the fight, Judah, did he or did he not have him on the ropes grinding him down?
Because he's an overall better fighter than Randall.
Because he's an overall fighter. He's an overall better fighter. But you were just saying he could have cut the ring off. If he could have cut the ring off on Randall, that means Randall would have never had his back on the ropes being grinded out for the full 10 rounds.
Why wouldn't his back be no,
his back was
You
on
talk
the
about
rope being
boxing knowledge.
grinded out.
Why wouldn't his back be against the ropes if he's the taller fighter with less power? Logic tells you in that type of scenario, his back will end up on the ropes multiple times. If you taller than somebody and you don't have as much power, your back gonna stay on the ropes that whole fight.
No, it don't mean that.
Yes, it do.
It does not mean that. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
because
does.
if you're telling me someone cannot
Yes, it
cut off
does.
the ring,
Yes,
you're
it does.
saying
I'm
he
gonna give you
cannot
an
cut off the
example.
ring.
I'm gonna give you an example. I'm
none
gonna
of
give you
that
an example.
matters.
A situation where you don't see that a lot is somebody like David Benavidez, where he's taller than most people, but he have enough power and aggression that he doesn't have his back against the ropes. But if you put David Benavidez in the ring with somebody like a Mike Tyson, he will push David tall ass to the ropes.
No, I doubt he'll push David to the ropes because David's not a back
Full counter boxing. If David Benavidez, your favorite fighter, fought a Mike Tyson,
I'm not gonna say
no one's
back is gonna be against the rope.
Do you believe that Mike Tyson will be able to push him to the ropes?
Of course, it's Mike Tyson.
Because he's smaller, right? Because the physics dictate that he can get up under David. And anybody who's ever fought before knows one thing: if you're fighting somebody more powerful than you and they're shorter than you, you never let them get up under you. So naturally, you're going to push them to the ropes, not because they're scared of you.
Y'all seen the Lester Martinez and Mobile fight, Christian Mobile fight? That's a good example of that. You know what I'm saying? We never let Martinez off the damn ropes. You know what I'm saying?
You can't let somebody shorter than you. You can't let somebody shorter than you with more power than you get up under you. That's why I say a taller fighter get pushed to the ropes. It's not because there's nothing spectacular that the other guy doing. Logic in a boxing IQ tells you this guy is shorter than me and he's more powerful than me. I cannot let him get up under me.
So then Brian's gonna push him on the ropes, on Devin to the ropes, right?
Yes, Devin gonna have his back against the rope. Yes, a lot throughout that fight. The only chance Devin have is, like I said, against Regis. He gonna have to be active, score his points, and always turning. But the moments that Brian Norman do get him on the ropes, the only chance he got if Brian Norman do push him on the ropes, Devin gonna have to find a way to clinch Brian and get a reset. Devin option. That's why I say anybody who say that Brian Norman gonna win, I never sit up there and say, "Oh, you crazy if you think Brian Norman can beat Devin."
I'm telling you, it's gonna look just like that Randall fight. I'm telling you, the fight's gonna look just like that Quentin Randall fight.
You know, Dev know how to clinch. He gonna clinch. They're gonna be counting them shits too.
Yeah, he knows how to clinch against smaller fighters who are smaller than him. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But now you got to clinch against someone who's big, who's your same size and stronger. And who can break the clinch. Now you find someone who can actually fight you on the inside and who can break the clinch.
Yeah, I think they both gonna have their moments, but I think when anybody want to clinch you, like just logically from what I've seen in my whole boxing life, anytime two fighters together and one guy wants to clinch and the other one don't want to be clinched, the guy who don't want to be clinched gonna break them a lot, gonna break them, but more often than not throughout the fight, the other guy gonna be successful at clinching them if that's what he want to do. So in that scenario, I say Devin gonna clinch Brian more than Brian don't want to be clinched.
Oh no, I know that for sure. I mean, Devin doesn't have an inside game. His only inside game is to clinch and wait for the ref.
Yeah, I mean, and I wouldn't want to do that. And I'm not. That's why I say, if I was training Devin, if I was a fighter, would I want to be able to do more than that? Yes, right. But what we got with
that's
Devin,
what I said.
That's exactly what he should do, though. That's exactly what he should do. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you got, that's what you need to do.
That's what I said in my breakdown. The only way Devin is gonna win this fight, if it goes to 12 round, he has to learn some form of an inside game other than clinching. Brian will break the clinch and he will work on the inside. He's just not gonna let him clinch him. He will push him back to the ropes. And I'm telling you, he has educated feet to cut the ring off. He knows how to move right foot first when you move right laterally. He knows how to move left foot first when you move left laterally. He will corner you to the corner before he explodes and start fighting on the inside. Once Devin starts to clinch, he's going to be breaking up the clinch to keep fighting. That's why I said ultimately the fight is going to end up looking like the Quentin Randall fight.
You keep saying that's what I said, like somebody telling you wrong, bro. I keep telling you over and over again. I'm not mad at your prediction, bro. You think you like what you want? You want an argument? I'm telling you, I'm telling you, oh, Devin gonna wash him. Yeah, and I do believe Devin gonna win, but what you're not getting out of me, I'm telling you, this is a 50-50 fight. I told you how Devin can win. You just telling us how Brian Norman can win, but what you want us to do is say, man, you know what, you're right.
Because I can't see how Devin's gonna win. Because I don't see how he's gonna win.
That's on you, bro. I done told you. Bro, the whole thing is Devin Haney gonna come in this fight. And what we've seen from Brian Norman Jr. is that the struggles he had against somebody who tried to do half, not even half of what Devin can do. If he cannot cut that ring off on Devin, if he is eating that jab all night, if he is being outpointed and he can't stop Devin, he is going to lose because there is nowhere in the world where he will outbox Devin on points. He has to stop Devin.
Nah, he ain't gonna stop Devin. I mean, he ain't gonna stop Brian.
No, I ain't. I know. I don't predict that Devin gonna stop Brian either. I'm telling you, Brian Norman Jr. will have to stop Devin.
I don't think he has to stop Devin either.
But he's not going to outpoint Devin. That's for damn sure.
Well, I mean, honestly, they're in Saudi Arabia. Devin is obviously Turkey's guy. What I'm saying is I see the fight looking exactly like the Quentin Randall. It's going to look like an ugly, grueling fight. It's going to go to 12 rounds because, and you know, Bill ain't going to throw in the towel. Dev ain't going to quit. What I'm saying is just based off of how ugly it looks, that's going to determine will Devin be able to take the grinding of Brian for the whole 12. That's what I'm saying. All right, I mean, we'll see. We'll see come the 22nd. I keep saying, like, and one thing people are overlooking is Brian's feint game. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think feint's gonna bother Devin. That's not what's going because you bringing up one of the less important things about Devin Haney game. That's not what Devin gonna be afraid of. It's not the feints. Because when it comes to fighting because feinting is long range to mid range. That's a long range to mid range technique. When you feint, you feint from long range to mid range, and Devin dominates long range to mid range with everybody he ever fought. He only struggles when they get close. So you talking about for the first time in his career, Devin gonna finally struggle with somebody from long range to mid range. He has dominated everybody from long range to mid range. That's actually his claim to fame.
He has dominated smaller fighters with shorter arms from long range to mid range.
It didn't matter if they were smaller or bigger. Devin done dominated people his size like that. Lenorius and Devin was the same height.
All right, man. I mean, we're gonna see you coming 22nd. I'm gonna be right back on this panel. We all gonna be on this panel watching that fight.
Yeah, I mean, bro, I don't know what you're getting at, bro. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, bro. All you did was gave a breakdown of how Brian Norman wins, and that's no different than anybody else who believe Brian Norman gonna win.
But your breakdown of how Devin's gonna win is based off of him fighting other fighters who were smaller with shorter arms and slower feet.
And your breakdown of how Brian Norman Jr. is going to deal with the boxing of Devin Haney is how he got exposed and looked bad against a lesser boxer.
Well, I mean, I didn't say it looked pretty, but he won the fight by grinding him down.
What I'm saying, though, you telling me, listen at the logic of what both of us saying. I'm telling you what Devin did against high-level fighters and was successful. You telling me what Brian Norman did against a lesser fighter than Devin and looked bad doing it. You see how the logic don't add up?
I mean, listen, there's some things I want to say, but it's going to just open up a whole other can of worms because you keep saying, you know, all these high-level fighters, like most of them weren't old, small, with short arms. That's why,
Quentin Randall.
He's finally at 147 fighting someone his size, someone younger, someone more aggressive.
I actually think that'll benefit Devin because you're not even looking at the other event because Devin already has a speed advantage. The speed advantage may even be more profound at 147. You're not even taking
or it may slow down with him adding the weight.
I don't think so, because if that was his natural weight to begin with, you don't normally get slower. That's why Terrence Crawford, every time he moved up, his speed never suffered because he was always fighting at a lower weight class. He always could handle the weight.
No, but I will give you this though. Yeah, his speed may slow down, but the fact that he's moving up a higher weight class, he'll most likely still have the speed advantage against Brian, because Brian is just a naturally bigger fighter overall, just based off the weight he started at. Even though Devin is
that's why I'm trying to tell you, I'm not arguing. That's why not once did I sit up here and say, oh, you this and you that. But this is a real 50-50 fight. I'm not gonna sit up here and say. That's why every time you give me an example of why Brian will win, I don't shoot it down completely. But on the flip side, bro, you've been listening to some. I feel like you know boxing, because talking to you, I know you're not a casual. But I do feel like, all right, with the breakdown, I want the breakdown that Boxing Gym do. I like boxing gyms too, bro. I know this dude know his stuff, but nobody is always right 100% of the time. Nobody.
Nah, yeah, you're right about that. But here's my thing though, because I also do look at the aspect of what Devin has that he's able to win. But that's where I say I try not to dwell into that, because it all reverts back to, okay, he did that against fighters who were older, smaller, and or fighters where he had dimensions where Devin had the advantage against them. So you know, because it always reverts back to that. So when we talk about how Devin is a masterclass boxer at long to mid range, and he's able to time you with his jab, one thing I also look at is the fact that Brian has multiple ways where he utilizes his feint game to keep you guessing and to have openings. That's why I'm saying, you know, Brian jabs too. He has a jab game too. He does jab. So yeah, we can all say, oh, you know, Devin can jab him to death. But what if Brian decides to jab with him?
I actually believe that if Brian Norman Jr. come out and want to jab with Devin, he would have to do it in a way where he actually still pressuring Devin, cutting the ring off, and he's only jabbing to work his way in. Because if Brian Norman Jr. get caught, he want to be in the middle ring trying to have a jab contest with Devin, he gonna get his head boxed off.
But you know what's crazy about what you just said? That's exactly how Brian starts off all his fights. That's exactly how he starts off all his fights. He is aggressive when it comes to jabbing. Then he starts utilizing foot feints, head feints, utilizes his jab to also jab feint you. He level changes. That's what I'm saying. So every time I try to look at as of how Devin can win based off of the tools he have, I then look at what Brian also has, which can dismantle those tools that Devin has. That's what I'm saying. We look at all the tools Devin has, but then we forget these were all against, most of the time, people who were older than him, smaller, and weren't as athletic.
You steady looking for ways to discredit. You steady looking for ways to discredit him.
That's why I'm
gonna show you why you're wrong though. Even though first of all, you want to talk about age and somebody being smaller. Mm-hmm. I give you the being smaller thing, but age don't matter, because I don't care what at the point that Brian Norman is right now in his career, he is not a better fighter than Lomachenko. He is not.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he hasn't reached his peak, you know.
But he don't have the experience, the timing. Yeah. He not Lomachenko, and Devin was able to have a high level chess match with Lomachenko. So you trying to discredit Devin by saying Loma was small, but Loma is a better fighter than Brian Norman Jr.
But I will say what kept Devin in that fight was the fact that he had those advantages over Loma. Because
I can say he stood with Loma more.
Remember, let's not forget it got to a point where chess match was no longer a chess match, and Lomachenko started to pick it up.
Yeah, I blame Bill for that though. You didn't hear my job. No, you didn't hear that. No, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. You didn't hear my breakdown.
Chess match.
No, but you started cutting me off because you want to get your point off, but you're not even listening to me telling you that I agree with you.
Angles to prevent him from pushing him back. Devin didn't know what to do after that.
That's not even a logical breakdown of what happened, bro. You wrong. You just wrong,
Once he doesn't
bro.
have those advantages.
Yeah,
How far does
you're
his
just
knowledge
wrong, bro.
go? Which is why everyone brings up the whole Ryan Garcia situation. But then I never bring that up because Ryan Garcia was cheating. So we really can't bring that up. That's why it's now looking at Brian. Okay, now he no
Bill
longer
Haney was
has those
responsible
advantages
for
that he
both of
had when he
those
was at
things.
the lower
You
weight
steady
classes,
overlooking the
right?
fact that it was
So
Bill
now
Haney's
let's see
game
how
plan
much,
that made him lose.
you know, how big his IQ is.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying what people are overlooking is what IQ Brian has.
Brian Norman Jr. Brian
People are
Norman Jr.
failing
has
to look
not
at the
displayed a
IQ
high
that
IQ.
Brian
He has
has
not
and what
displayed.
he brings,
Full counter, can you
aside
hear
from the
me, or
fact
if you
that
just over talking me?
they
You
just
trying to
see
over
him as
talk me?
this one aggressive fighter. They're forgetting this dude had over 160 amateur fights.
Yeah, but
He was
Brian,
going on in the
nobody has
amateur
ever.
system.
Oh my God, bro!
He
Is this
went
dude
pro
listening to me?
early. His dad has history fighting. His dad has knowledge in the boxing game. So when people are putting him in this box as being this one-way fighter, I'm just like, yeah, it's because of the fighters that he's had to fight. He's had
He
to
hasn't
fight.
displayed. He
They
hasn't
weren't high
displayed a
level.
boxing IQ.
But that's how every fighter has to
Cool.
come
Is you there?
to
Can
this
he hear
point
me?
where they have
Am I
to
muted?
fight that fighter that's gonna put them on the scene. And this is the fight that's gonna put Brian on the scene. He's about to fight someone at the top level. And then the thing now, okay, if he finishes Devin before 6, you already know what they're gonna start saying. Oh, Devin wasn't the same. Oh, he was never a top fighter. And you know, so what I'm trying to say
Nobody gonna
is,
say that, bro. I know you're not keeping up with boxing conversation because if that's nobody gonna say that because you ain't been keeping up with boxing. If Brian Norman Jr. knocked Devin out, he will not be discredited. He will be praised and rejoiced because of how many people hate Devin Haney. Devin Haney don't have.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, nobody gonna discredit him. They gonna discredit Devin. Gonna say Devin wasn't never shit.
You're right. You're right. No, you're right. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, we gonna see. Hey, but honestly, if Devin wins this, Lord and behold, man, I don't want to hear nobody I don't want to hear nobody throwing dirt on Devin's name no more.
But I mean, that's what's gonna happen, brother. And that's why I say I can tell that for whatever reason, what you seen in Brian, whether it's his style you like, or whatever, right? Or you might not be a fan for real. You just really think, or you just think he gonna win. But my point is, you are like one person, right? But out of it, like when you look at the whole of people who watching this, the reason that they saying Devin gonna lose is simply because that's what they want to see.
Yeah.
They just want to see him lose, and they don't care. But again, like you said, if Devin do win, you just gonna be like, damn, I didn't see that coming. But you know, it is what it is. But if Devin, but the majority of people, this is why I say Devin is always in the uphill battle. Even if Devin pulled his fight off, people are going to find a reason to say that it's not what we saw. They're gonna be like, oh, well, he ran too much, oh, he clinched too much, or Brian Norman Jr. was green. Devin is gonna be the one that's not gonna get no credit, no matter what happened.
No, I'm gonna give him his credit for sure because I don't see Brian as no slouch. But that comment I made earlier about that 3-fight deal with Turkey, what I was trying to say about that is, I'm not saying like he's forced to fight these tough fights, but what I'm saying is when fighters are getting paid that amount, when you're getting paid 10+ million per fight, we expect you to fight nothing but the best. So that's why I'm saying with him signing that contract with Turkey, especially with Turkey, who's someone that's a zero tolerance. I don't want to hear nothing about you wanting to fight this tune-up or whatever, you know, which is the whole reason with Jaron Ennis, or you want to fight tune-ups, I don't want to deal with you. Right, what I'm saying is this is the reason why Tank and Canelo get the flack that they do, because they get paid all this money, but they're not fighting the top people that we want to see. Unfortunately, Devin is in a situation where, yeah, he's getting paid the top money, but he's having to fight the people that we want to see him fight. And I'm not saying that like you saying that like
Devin didn't display that that's who he is, bro. Like that's the problem with what you're saying. What you saying is true that like we in the era of a lot of fighters trying to get 10 million to fight bums. But the way you're presenting it in Devin's situation is if he doing something that he don't want to do, which you discrediting the career he showed you, because you saying that, oh, unfortunately, he have to take tough fights to make this money. But the career Devin showed you is this is right up his alley. These are the type of fights he take, regardless of the bag. He take these type of fights. You discrediting the fact that he's always showed you, I'm willing to fight the people that other people don't want to fight. When Devin fought Lomachenko, Tank wasn't beating Lomachenko's door down. Nobody was beating Lomachenko's door down. When Devin went to 140 to fight Regis, even though now we know Regis is on his last leg or whatever, but at the time Devin took that fight, nobody was beating Regis' door down to fight him. Nobody.
Now Subriel was, but now I still give
credit.
credit.
Devin tried to fight Subriel. You remember when Devin tried to fight Subriel, they sent him a contract. Subriel went the other way. He didn't want to fight Devin either.
Nah. The whole situation with the Subriel was he had to have surgery.
Okay.
You remember he had to. I mean, they had the whole situation where they were talking with like the promoter and stuff, but it turned out like he had to have surgery, and I guess Devin wasn't gonna wait.
I feel you, but listen. Now the thing is, I can't prove the man didn't or didn't have surgery, but I want to rehash something with you that you might have forgot, because at the time, right? Let's say it was a surgery, but at the time it was just a lot of different things getting thrown away, because at one point they tried to come tell everybody, well, Bill didn't even talk to me. He talked to the wrong person to make the fight.
Yeah.
So what Bill said, Bill was on live. When he found out he was talking to the wrong person, Bill, like a man, apologized and say, I'm sorry for calling y'all ducks. I didn't know I was talking to the wrong person, but now that I am talking to the wrong person, can we negotiate? And they tried to renegotiate, and I guess that's where the injury came up. What I'm trying to tell you is that still proved the fact that the Haneys have never been shy about fighting the best fighters. Paul, you still there, man? We've been talking all this. Paul County,
yeah. You still there?
Paul must be on a load or something.
But we're gonna see come the 22nd.
Man, that's why I say we're gonna see, bro. Like I believe we're gonna see it. I don't see nothing happening to stop this fight. Only an injury can stop this fight at this point. I don't think neither one of these dudes scared to fight each other. So I think we're gonna see this fight. And I'm looking forward to it. Then a lot of people not paying attention to, bro. Did you see this card? This card is full of monsters, like real smoke getters. You got Abdullah Mason, David Benavidez, Devin, Brian Norman, even the other guys, like not just the main attraction. Everybody is a dog, because even though Anthony Yard not the best fighter, he a dog because he'll fight anybody. Yeah. He'll fight anybody.
That's gonna be a tough one for Benavidez too.
You think so?
I feel for as much as it lasts, because he Yard got a tank issue, so
yeah.
See.
I just think he carrying too much muscle, Yard, bro. I think he's carrying way too much muscle.
Yeah. And he gonna slow down once the 6th round comes.
Yeah, but again, the whole thing I like, but what you didn't hear, I was trying to tell Poor Counter, is I think boxing righting itself. That's what I want to see. Boxing is righting itself. I think we're going back to the era where you only praise for who you beat. I think we're going back to the era.
Yeah.
We only gonna praise you if you beat somebody worthy of praise.
And that's what we need to go back to now.
Or fighting, because at the very least, I still give people credit for stepping in the ring, even if you lose. I still give that credit. Like if I can look back and say, well, at least you stepped in the ring, I still give people that credit, because they got a lot of people that wouldn't even step in the ring.
No, you're right.
Yeah, that's why I like people like Sean Porter. He didn't win most of his big fights, but shit, he stepped in the ring with everybody.
Shoot, Sean Porter, the reason why I got into boxing, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah.
I watched the I think it was the Devin Alexander fight. I saw that one, and from there on, man, that's when I fell in love with boxing. But I've always kind of liked that aggressive style, because I transitioned from him to Earl, especially when they fought.
Right.
And, I've always liked that aggressive style. But one thing Earl's style taught me was, I mean, you got to be more than that, though. You got to be all well-rounded. You got to be more than just coming forward. That's why I say I kind of like how Brian fights, because he has other dimensions to him rather than just want to come forward recklessly, you know.
Yeah, but man, I got some shit though. I gotta run. I don't know what pool that, man. But
Yeah,
shit, it was good
same
chopping
here,
up
man.
with
I
you
don't
though.
know what Poole do.
Yeah, he might be. I don't know.
Shit, but I'm gonna catch y'all later though.
You looking at me like that, sir? Stretching. Mm, mm. Mm. Ah. Now you're smiling. Now you're smiling. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember signing off.
You don't remember what?
Signing off.
So they've been listening to you this whole time, huh?
No, it's computer over there.
Listening to you farting and all that stuff. Might go viral. Full count of fart symphony.
You got my Copenhagen.
It's in that bag.
No. Actually, peace. Peace.
Oh, you using that one too?
What you mean that one too?
Cause one of these back braces is mine.
Ain't you got 18 tillers over there?
It's yours.
You ain't no damn smell on no damn tiller. You used to your own shit.
Want some extra support?
Hmm?
Legs up. Want some extra support?
Mm-hmm.
That better?
Mm-hmm.